got him. By God, I'm gonna keep being a slave. Got him. Is he up here? Okay. I can go up there.
I don't know, guys. This is the first time I've ever live streamed. I don't do this shit.
We're coming right up there.
Mean asses. Is broken arrow supposed to be anything?
Yeah. It's like Armageddon. Call to everyone.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. They drew first blood. Just hope you don't get down there and then try to take him out of the game or. Down two guys at last.
Well, then we'll leave that gate open and they can come for us.
Did the two gentlemen appear to be together? Like friends or that you notice? The two older ones? talking to me, so I'm gonna go in there too. We're over
and they probably don't get the stance and the position of those folks that are in the refuge and what predicament that they're currently in and how serious it really is. Um, do you have any insight as far as how those guys are doing that are currently still locked down? Is there any communication with them? Um, is there any kind of talk of what might come next, whether any of them are going to be extracted or whether they plan on staying there and seeing this thing out to the most unfortunate of ends?
Um, I don't have contact with any of the people that are currently up there. Everyone that I had contact with there has left the refuge and has vacated. Um, I don't know even know how many individuals are left up there. There is a perimeter. The roads are blocked by law enforcement on the way up there. Um, so it's our perimeter obviously has been pushed back, so we can't get close to see. I have been following that live stream when it's up. It's kind of in and out, but um, I don't know. It seems to me from the live stream that I'm watching and the actions that they're taking with building the bunkers and the the berms and whatnot that they unfortunately might be there till the very end.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as well. I saw that myself, and you know, I, I I just pray for them. I pray for them. I pray for their families. I seen Lavoie's daughter had posted up something a little bit earlier about how they killed her father, and there was a surreal moment there because you realize that it's just not these guys that are at a refuge, drinking beer and hanging out with each other, having a good time. It's much more serious than that. And when a man of Lavoie's caliber would be willing to just give up all of that, in the name of saying, hey, look, we need to do something now because the federal government is, if we don't do something now, the federal government is going to win this battle in the hearts, in the minds, and now physically in the lives of people, and there's no turning back. So when you have a man that stands up like that, I mean, I think we should really take a second to think about the folks that are really in there right now. Maybe they're not, some of the guys that are left, they're not all the most sophisticated guys, and or anything like that, but they still love this country. They still love their rights. They love their constitution, and I believe that there's something that we could all learn from that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault the guy for his convictions and his beliefs, and that's what they're doing. Um, Even though I may not agree with it, I'll never, speak against somebody for doing that. I respect it. It may not be the way I would do it, but hey, if that's their belief and they're that convicted, what can you say?
Yeah.
Lavoie, uh, Lavoie loved this country, heart and soul. I met Lavoie 6 months ago when we spoke and talked about us coming down there to help him with his ranch and the fight he had against the BLM. Got to know him during that time and spoke with him and saw him up at the refuge there. And that man truly loved this country.
Wow, wow, and I could tell that he did. Just in the couple pictures that I seen with his daughter, they were really, it's those moments in life kind of pictures where you can see there's special moments. You know what I mean? And a man is truly blessed when he can have special moments. Especially with his daughter, and you can't have any more blessings in life than that. You can't ask for any more than that. So he was truly blessed. I want to also talk to you about some of there's been some people that have seen a few things around there. Has anybody come to you with like any eyewitness accounts of anything that they've seen maybe on the other side that your guys weren't on, or something like that, like anything that would be of significance?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier that my recollection and talking about what I know had happened up there and transpired was from an eyewitness that was in the vehicle with Lavoie. Um, she not only explained what we already covered as far as how Lavoie was shot and fatally killed, um, the after that happened, the law enforcement agencies had they shot the vehicle up. Um, I mean, she said she couldn't even count how many rounds went into that vehicle. Her guess was over 100.
They shot the vehicle up.
Yeah. They threw CS gas canisters into the vehicle with passengers inside. And then after they did that, they shot the vehicle up again.
With the passenger still in there?
Yeah, and ultimately, Ryan Bundy took a round, was shot in the shoulder, while he was hunched down in the floorboard of the vehicle. So he took that round while he was in the vehicle.
Oh wow! So he was shot in the shoulder,
Hmm.
and they shot multiple shots into the vehicle, and that's the first vehicle.
That was the vehicle that went around and was ended up stopped at the roadblock.
Oh, okay, okay. That's the one that was the second vehicle, but it ended up being the first one.
Correct.
Okay, okay, and that's the one that Lavoy was in, and now if Ryan was in there, do you know if Ammon was also in there?
Ammon was in the other vehicle that had stopped.
Okay, okay, and was he the driver of that vehicle?
No, he was the passenger.
Okay, do we know who the driver of that vehicle was?
I'm not sure who the driver of the first vehicle, which ended up being the second vehicle. I'm not real clear on who the driver was of that.
Okay,
Um, I think it was a gentleman by the name of Mark, but I'm not sure.
okay,
Um, the focus obviously has been on the vehicle that where Lavoy was driving because he was the one obviously shot. So
yeah, definitely. Well, I tell you what, that that's new information to me. I didn't know that they had shot the vehicle up either. I mean, it just goes to show how overzealous these folks are. They don't see a weapon being pointed at them. They don't care. It doesn't matter. They'll say that someone used the vehicle or used the car, or or whatever. They've done it all. They've said it all. So
what's interesting too, Sherrod, is that um, two things. 5 hours before that, 5 hours before that, Ammon Bundy was on the phone with an FBI negotiator, and the FBI negotiator had agreed to set up a meeting with him in a public location so they could meet face to face. 5 hours before this, that's what was discussed, and I guess they just decided to disregard that and start shooting people.
okay, yeah, I had put out a video by a, a a gentleman. I believe his name was Jason Patrick, if I'm not mistaken. And as the blockade was up, there was a reporter, a local reporter that's there in town, um, that met Jason at the blockade as he was coming through the blockade, and they actually talked about that. He was on the phone with the FBI in the video, and that's what he was asking them, like, why did you cancel the meeting with Ammon? Because you knew that the media was going to be there. What pretty much he was just questioning why they canceled it, and blaming their reason for canceling it also on the fact that there was going to be a media presence. And you know, eh, we know that once the FBI gets rid of the media, they're
That's going to happen.
yeah, rules are out the window.
Yep.
So I mean, you guys definitely had all reason to be nervous, I guess you could say, at that once that cancellation actually happened, because that's a clear sign that negotiations are quickly falling apart, and the negotiations that they never really tried having in the first place.
Right. Right. And it's also my understanding that during the situation in the vehicle with the gunshots and the shooting, two of the passengers in that vehicle were in fact video recording the entire thing. So it'd be interesting to see from their phones. So it'd be interesting to see if that video gets released to the public by the FBI. Why we're talking about transparency of the FBI.
Ah, very excellent. So there's two possible recordings that are associated with this shooting. So it's not like even if the recordings aren't great recordings, we can still at least get the audio so we can hear what the situation is like.
Yes, exactly. I'm sure the video portion that's not going to be very good if it's on the floorboard, but certainly the audio would be great.
Well, Brandon, I tell you what, brother, I'm happy that you're safe. I'm happy that 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 given the circumstances that there is one death, one fatality. Um, I'm happy that there's not more. But we still can't neglect to remember, that there's gentlemen that are still out there. There's patriots that are out there, Americans that are out there, um, and I've been looking at them for the last few hours, and I know that I'm looking at what is potentially dead men walking, and
Yeah, I would agree with you.
still I don't understand the reason behind that when it's so easy to just take one person or two people to walk up there unarmed, or even to send a armored vehicle up there and say throw something out the window and say, hey, we want to talk, we want to negotiate, we want to discuss things. But I see through the live feed that they're flying the helicopters above them, they're flying the drones above them. I'm even seeing something else that's a little weird. I'm actually going to point this out to you now, and maybe you want to take a look at this. I was talking to my producer about it, and she saw it too. Uh, there's ever since the morning hours, these three chemtrails popped up in the sky, and they're perfect lines, perfect chemtrails, but they're dark in color, and they're solid, and
Right.
they have not moved. You know, in my recollection of watching the video the whole time, from wherever he puts the camera at, they show up, and it's over just over the like this mountain line that's right behind them, and right behind the big caterpillar machinery that they have in the video. But there's a black line that goes there, and every time he moves the camera, it's not on his lens or anything. It's absolutely in the sky, and like I told my producer, I said it's not like any chemtrail I've ever seen, and I believe that they're honestly out there playing with their new toys. I really
Yeah,
do.
yeah, very well could be.
Oh yeah, yeah, very well could be. And
I noticed that in the live feed too. I saw that as well.
where was that again?
In the live feed you're talking about, I saw that as well.
Yeah, yeah, and it's odd what they have going on out there, and none of it is, like I said, none of it is working towards actually having any kind of resolution through actually speaking about through negotiating. But Brandon, I don't want to keep you up. I know you have a lot to do. I know there's a lot of movement going on right now. Um, I want to touch on one other thing before we get off of here. Uh, there's been some videos that have come out. I'm not even sure whether you know about it, but there was an attack that also happened. While the FBI was busy canceling their meeting with Ammon, simultaneously a group actually popped up. I'm not even going to really mention their names because I don't want to give too much credence to them. But an anonymous sect popped up and said that they were going to take you guys out, and started attacking the donation sites and the websites. Can you speak on that a little bit? I mean, has that affected you guys in any kind of way?
No, it hasn't. I mean, I saw that. It just goes to show for all the good things you do and all the supporters you have twice as many that just want to do something to harm you. And I firmly believe it's because they're not out here on the front lines doing what we do. And, for whatever reason, they just need to, be haters, if you will. And we're used to it, and it won't slow us down, and we'll just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good thing right there. I just want to tell you firsthand. Especially speaking from Anon Radio Live, we've supported you guys since day one, and we've gotten a lot of information first from you well before anyone else had it, and we really appreciate that. And you guys have been transparent with us, so that's what we offer our listeners, and is it's what the people you know, what the people respect, I think you can say. So when you get people out there that are just being haters, as you would say,
Yeah.
um, you know, you just kind of have to ignore them. You have to kind of keep moving on. You have to kind of keep doing your thing and just kind of let that be what it is. So I believe those guys, yeah, they are haters, but I also believe that it may be a little bit deeper. Like I said, was kind of leaning towards. It's just mighty odd that simultaneously, at the same time, as this FBI thing is going on with Ammon, that this whole group of people that no one knows who they are, would pop up and declare a full war on websites. And to me, I felt like it was just a big distraction because where are those guys today? And
And you know, we've had a bunch of people attack us on our page and on my Facebook page and send us emails, and my response is always the same. I haven't seen you in Burns. Where are you at?
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
if you think you can run it better, come on down. I'll hand the reins over gladly. And typically at that point they just leave you alone. But that's the reality of it. If you want to sit back and armchair quarterback, and you want to sit back and complain, get off your hiney and get out of your chair and come on out.
yeah. That's absolutely right. I believe that the guys and girls behind that, though, I believe they have quite cushy, comfy jobs with the government, so
Yeah.
they probably don't want to come out of those places to come help protest. And that's how I kind of see that situation. Whenever you see situations like that pop up, those simultaneous things are not just coincidences. It's a full scale attack and included with the psyop. So, and
Well, I think that's their role. Actually, they're hired and designed to do that.
yes, absolutely, just to cause the disturbance so that the official narrative can get passed to the people. And unfortunately, it's working. To some extent, it's working now. Uh, with that being said, and you know how I obviously feel about it, and how do you feel about what's going on right now, like the direction of what's going on? Like in closing, what do you see coming out of this? Do you see, uh, you know, kind of in the broad sense, do you see our nation moving forward and saying, hey, this was the right thing? We get it. We have to collectively stand up towards our government. Or do you see just maybe this light in the fire and a few people to continue the fight a little bit?
Well, this is a very fine line. This is a hard question to answer, Sherrod. The situation in Burns is going to change things in history forever. There was a lot of media, there's a lot of spotlight, there's a lot of attention on Burns, Oregon, and it's really unfortunate that the FBI did not see that, and all the law enforcement officers that are involved did not, they did what they typically do. And we've been saying all along that we know that there's going to be any aggression that's going to be done by the FBI. And here you have it. Case in point. It's a continual problem with them. I don't, like I said, I have an eyewitness account that was sitting in that truck, and the first persons that pulled that trigger were the government. And I firmly believe they had a reason for that. I firmly believe they wanted to cause more damage than what they did do. I don't understand why they launched CS canisters of gas into the vehicle, put over 100 rounds in the vehicle. It just doesn't make any sense. If a reasonable person can sit back and realize what the bigger picture was there. And what this is going to do, it's going to light a fire in the Patriot Nation, and it'll never be the same. It's certainly not going to slow us down. If anything, it's going to push us harder. That being said, there's been a lot of calls to action to go to Burns, Oregon from all kinds of militias and patriot groups and organizations. And I just want to urge and encourage those that are coming out to go there for the right reasons and do so with calm, cool, and collective heads. We can't lose ourselves in this to where we lose the entire war that we're fighting. We are going to maintain a presence in town at the request of the community. They've reached out to us all night and all day, asking us to be there. They're scared. They're concerned. We've built the trust with them, so we will continue to be there to help them, and just give them some sense of security. The other thing we will do is we are going to continue to be there to conduct our investigations with Judge Grasty and the previous sheriff and the corruption going on in the county. We are not going to let up on that.
Absolutely, and I think that's what is very important to do because when we trace back the roots of everything that's going on, that's what it all boils down to is information, and you know that's what the Hammonds were locked up for is you know information, and they decided to use information in a negative way against the Hammonds, in an illegal way against the Hammonds by locking them up twice. And I believe the same thing applies for a lot of those folks that are sitting in the local, state, and national government positions and law enforcement positions. Is they have just as much dirt as anybody else in life, and a lot of times, a lot more. And you know, there's never any accountability, and I believe that this is what the whole situation is about. The federal government has overstepped their boundaries as far as taking land from the people. It's going on for a long time now. Videos have come out with BLM folks laughing. I mean, literally laughing at the ranchers because they're losing their land. And yet, you know, you can't get any accountability through the appeals process. You can't get any accountability any other kind of way. So people ask me, they say, well, why do you sympathize? You know, I get some of my black friends that ask me, they say, well, you know, you support Black Lives Matter, and then you created, you know, All Rights Matter. You know, what is this? What are you doing sympathizing with this? I don't get it. And I try to tell them that's why I created All Rights Matter is because I realized a long time ago, look, this is about rights. That's all that this is about. And as long as we can all focus on the one thing that's important to us all, which is rights, then it doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what class you are. We're fighting, you know, if you will, the demons of classism. We're fighting a tyrannical government of elite people that have a lot of money and they want to control us. So
Yep, absolutely.
in that control, they take our money, they take our land, and they leave us with nothing, and we're left as being economic, and eventually physical slaves. And the people don't see that. And you know, how do you feel about that, Brandon?
No, you're exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. Um, you know, and like I've said on this show many times, the Constitution knows no colors, and it applies to everybody. And you know, someone tagged me at somewhere at some point, and I'm glad you brought up, you know, skin color. There was a gentleman standing somewhere, not sure what was, a different town, and you know, he's a black gentleman. He's holding a sign that says hashtag Ranchers Lives Matter. And doesn't that, I mean, if that doesn't make a statement, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
What would?
absolutely, absolutely, and it does, that's what it all boils down to. And that guy, he got it. He
Yep.
understood that, you know, like you said, the Constitution doesn't have a color, and that all rights matter. You know,
Yep.
everybody has rights under that Constitution, and we should all be afforded those rights. You know, there's always the, you know, the argument of, well, we're not all considered as, you know, equal under the Constitution, but in today's day and age, we are. Now, what we have to fix, and maybe, you know, this is too much for this conversation, we'll save it for another time, but what we have to fix, and if we would have got deep enough into the conversation, is the Enabling Act for the states. You know, this goes back a long time, and there's a good pastor online, I forget his name, he actually breaks all of this stuff down. And he talks about the enabling acts and how they don't fit with the Constitution. So the Constitution being the supreme document, those enabling acts for the states that, you know, which enabled them to become states, they should be null and void because the federal government purposely wrote out a contract pretty much to the state saying, yes, this is your state, this is your land, but we're still going to control territory within your state and your land. And there's only been a couple states that have actually picked up on that after all these years, you know, that they've been states, they picked up on it. And within the last few years, I believe Utah and Texas have pretty much responded to the federal government saying, hey, wait a second, uh, you're going to have to clarify your terminology in this enabling act because, you know, you have 30 days or 60 days to do it, or else we are claiming these lands as state property and no longer federal lands. But these kind of issues and these kind of stories never hit the media, and we didn't get a chance to really discuss this um, throughout this whole ordeal because people were getting too caught up in this or that. But when we get down to it, it gets down to the legal terminology. It gets down to the real basis of why all of this is going on. And, the government and the media have been very good at shielding the fact that this case stinks and it's very ugly, and they did not want to bring this case before a court because the federal government would absolutely lose and the Bureau of Land Management would never get funded again.
Right. Exactly.
So, and there's a lot of jobs that rely on that. I actually did some research into it, and I see that, again, they have companies that do the LiDAR detection where they do, they map out all the scenery and stuff like that. I mean, this is big business we're talking about. A whole bunch of alphabet agencies involved. So, what you guys are doing out there is it's a big thing, and the federal government knows it, and they've been definitely working hard with the media to shield the real reasons that these people are up at the refuge.
Yeah, and those guys up there, again, they have strong convictions, and they're gonna, they made it very clear if you watch their live stream, they're not going anywhere.
Oh yeah, they made it absolutely 1,000% clear. I can honestly say that, and you have more balls than I'll ever have. I'll be, the first American to tell you that. I can't say ever have because I served in the military, so it wouldn't be too much for me to do that. But, to do that and to get out of your comfort zone as far as what we all love, what we all enjoy, and for some of those gentlemen, they've been up there since day one, and I'm sure there's a couple of them that haven't even gone home yet. So, that's a tremendous amount of dedication, and I mean, it's not like it's dedication towards a cult or anything like that. These guys are walking around with constitutions in their pocket,
right? And I guess if you stand for the Constitution, you pull a Constitution out of your pocket, that's a threat. I think the federal law enforcement technical term was a kook.
Yeah. How about that? and of course, they would use something like that and say something like that because they know that Constitution means nothing to them. I'm sure they have Constitution toilet paper. So, honestly, man, these guys, that's how they stroll around. They stroll around like they're above the Constitution, they're above us, and they're untouchable because they know that they're protected by their uncle, and his name is Sam. So, Well, listen, Brandon, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I want to go ahead and let you go ahead and get in your plugs and let folks know where they can, follow you and stay updated with, any updates that you guys may have.
No, and I appreciate the time on here. I'm just thankful you guys are here to get the facts out and the true story, and the real information is what people need to hear, not what this lamestream media, if you will.
Yeah. Absolutely. If anybody out there, if you're listening to lamestream media, as Brandon calls it, turn it off, guys. Turn it off. Mainstream media, MSM, is just as good for you as GMOs. So turn it off. It's not good for your brain. It is, it's just a bunch of extra flashy colors and a bunch of breaking news that's not really factual news, and it's brainwashing the people. So, Brandon, what's your website that folks can actually go to and get some information about your organization, the Idaho 3 Percenters?
Sure, it's www.iipercentidaho.org, and we're trying to keep that updated as quickly as possible with information. There's a tab there called Operations, and that's where this information's at. It's changing so quickly, it's hard for us to keep up. But more importantly, we also have a spot there, to help donate to our resources. Everyone here is volunteer. Everything comes out of our pocket, so we rely on donations for food and fuel. So please go there, support what we're doing, and $5, $10 doesn't matter. Any amount helps.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I actually have one more question for you. We've been working with Luke Radowski from We Are Change. and I'm not sure if you're familiar with his channel.
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, he's a pretty much a world famous guy. He travels, he's international, he's always breaking the big stories everywhere. And Luke's a wonderful guy. He's actually going to be out there landing. As a matter of fact, let me look here. He's probably on the ground now, so or actually arriving very shortly. I want to put him in contact with you. Is it okay if we put Luke in contact with you, and maybe he'll throw you in a video or something like that? But
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, he's a good guy, and he's there for the truth as well. And he's been working with my producer, for quite some time too. So we'd like to include him in our family of things here at Anon Radio, and definitely put him in contact with you because we've just been so blessed by the fact that you've come on and shown so much transparency to us and been open and vocal with us. So Luke is definitely an extension of our family.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything we can do to help. Feel free to get him in touch with me, and we'll get him plugged in.
Okay, absolutely. All right, and one more time before we head out, what's that website again?
Oh, it's www.iiipercentidaho.org, and just click that donation link at the top, or operations for updates and information. You can also go to our Facebook page.
All right, this is Tom Lacavera Stewart with Resurrect the Republic, Dirty Uncle Sam, RTR Truth Media. I'm here with two locals in I'm here with two locals in Harney County, Oregon. Now we are at a little mixed up of a situation because, from what I've heard, in all fairness, I'm gonna be fair, these fellows here feel that Dave Ward has been an upstanding sheriff in many ways. Okay, and all right, this is what the locals have said to me. All I've heard is one perspective. Okay. And I understand what you guys are saying. I understand he's honorable in a lot of ways. Why don't you tell me in a way how he's honorable? Give me some examples on how he's been honorable.
For one, he's a United States Army Ranger.
Okay.
And I can vouch for the guy for the fact that I know where his head's at. He's an upstanding dude. He's the type of guy that would protect your baby not even knowing. He'd protect you, your whole entire family, just on a fucking whim.
Okay.
Even if somebody even breathed the thought that you were in trouble. Okay, I believe that if there's any false play or foul play,
Where do you think he came from?
this guy is just he's a puppet.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, so I want to ask you, hold on a second, I want to ask you an honest question, and I've asked it a couple times, but I want to start with this question, and I want you to think about it, I want you to answer it honestly. You believe that the Hammonds were innocent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you understand that the office of the sheriff exists, not just to protect people from, each other, but to protect people from overreach from other government agencies. It's a check and balance position. Okay? Understanding that, do you feel that your sheriff protected these innocent people from the federal government? Now, I understand he's only been here, how long has he been in office?
Months.
December. Okay, he's been in months. So in all fairness,
He's taken the downfall of
I got you. In all fairness, I understand.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. In all fairness, I'm gonna, because I'm not here to persecute anyone.
Right.
I'm here for facts. Okay, I'm not here to persecute the sheriff at all. I want to get to the truth, and if the truth is that he's an honorable man and he just stepped into a shit show, then that's what it is, and that's what it is. Okay, I get that. Problem that I have, and I want you guys to try and help me work out through my problem, so that because my problem is the same problem that a lot of people out there have. Okay.
Right.
The way they look at it is that he was the one on duty when all of this stuff came back on the Hammonds. It was unconstitutional. It was not right. We all agree, we've all been in agreement that the Hammonds are innocent, and they didn't do what, in the context that they've been charged, they were not terrorists, and they didn't do anything to terrorize anybody.
Without getting really into specifics,
Mhm.
I don't really know a lot about the.
I can explain it to you
This
in
is David
detail.
Allen Wright with Reaper One. I'm a professional cage fighter here in Burns, Oregon. And,
Yeah, you just gave yourself up, bro.
It's fine, bro.
All right,
It's
all right.
fine.
Okay.
The people already know me. They know I don't lie,
Okay.
and they know that I tell it how it is.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't show.
All right, so tell me, explain to me how it's acceptable. Explain to me how it's keeping with your
it's-
oath of office to allow two innocent people who not only went to prison once, but now are they're making them go to prison again. Why was he not at their kitchen table? Why was he not on the phone with the federal government and their prosecutor, why was he not standing there saying, excuse me, but you're not following the U.S. Constitution? Why did he not keep his oath? That's what I want to know.
Because it all boils down to corruption, brother.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Now, where's the root of it? That's what I'm trying to
The root of
run
it
down
all
the root.
lies with a bunch of these communities, and there's a selected few that, you know, there's not many that know the inner workings of Harney County here.
Okay,
The Elks Lodge,
right?
with not very many people that, I mean, I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but it's whatever. The American people need to know that here, this place is so secretive when it comes to our inner workings of our community.
Right.
Everything is swept up underneath the rug. It's a homely, quiet community, no crime whatsoever, which is all bullshit.
Right, right.
We're allowed to
No
hold
reported
25
crime.
people here, and I guarantee they're cycled through and then picked up the next day if there's extra room.
Well, and we have
All
more
right,
cops.
let's keep back on the subject now. The
It
subject that
doesn't
I'm
matter.
talking about is
guilty
the
or
Hammonds.
not.
The Hammonds and the root of the corruption. The root of the corruption. You said
And
if
it
it's
all
not,
boils to that
if it's
too.
not, if it's not your sheriff that's acting right now.
You do
What
anything.
made him violate his oath in your opinion? What made him violate his oath?
It's simple. It's simple. It all comes down to the chain of command.
He
And it
walked
doesn't
into-
matter what
He's
office.
the highest.
It
on the
doesn't
chain of
matter what
command.
office
No, he
you
got-
stately
he-
hold in Harney County.
Okay.
It's how
All right.
much.
Time out.
This sheriff was voted in by our council members of Harney County.
Right. It
Because
was not
Dave-
elected. It was appointed by the.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, because Dave Glarup, our corrupt sheriff of this town, for the last many years, and his cronies from Brian Needham, which was the drug enforcement cop of this town, and Dave Glarup's right man crook for many years that took down people, violated people's trust, and
How? Give me an example.
from breaking in doors to
Without
To
warrants?
plot-
without warrants.
without
For
warrants,
example,
dropping evidence.
my
that
father was charged
Not there.
Not
Okay.
there.
was
to
charged
begin
with
with.
shooting an elk on the refuge that you guys are holding,
Okay.
and there
Not
was
you guys. I'm a reporter. But,
well whoever,
Okay.
you know, and
I know it
took-
seems that way
took
because
all
I
my
love them, but-
grandfather's rifles when my grandfather was out of town, busted his doors down. I mean, and they got away with it. My
When he was
grandfather,
out of town?
yes, he was
Based
in,
on what? What reason did they have to do that?
because they had suspicion that my father had killed an elk on the refuge.
That's all you need here
All right,
in Harney
No,
County.
it's not. You need a warrant
suspicion.
from a judge
and they did
to
have
kick
that.
down doors.
Because, but what you don't
Any other-
understand.
Hold on a second. Stop.
The
you said you
judges-
did have a warrant. You just told me you did.
Yes,
so which is
they,
it?
they
Did
did have a warrant. Yes, they did have a warrant. A search
Okay, I
warrant.
understand. I'm getting to that.
It's
I'm
because
getting to that. I'm getting to that.
the
Just
sheriff-
slow down because stop. Time out. You have to understand. This is an interview where my listeners are going to be listening to this, and if we do too much of this banner,
They're not gonna hear us talking.
they're not going to understand a damn thing. So slow
I'm not
down.
saying anything.
Sit down, slow down, and let's take turns going back and forth so that it stays. I want to hear what you have to say, brother. I really do. I want to hear
It's-
everything you have to say.
I got my own personal
Just-
blog. I'll let it all out too.
I know, but I need to
He
hear.
doesn't.
Okay, listen.
Well-
Now I'm going from Sheriff Ward, who, I think we're in agreement that he violated us. He didn't protect the innocent people from being double jeopardy and thrown back into prison for a crime they didn't commit, on a statute that was never intended to be used the way it was used. Are we in agreement on that?
I am in agreement with that, but
Okay.
I'm not in agreement with because
So let's follow the root, okay? If he's not the root cause, and you're saying that there was a sheriff that, or a judge that issued a warrant based on what probable cause was given to the judge to think that there was a reason to kick down your
there was
These guys
antlers
all
there.
play poker at the middle of the night and drink beer and shit.
who?
The
Everybody.
DA,
The-
the judge, the sheriff, and it's like a tight knit of like 4 or 5 people. They sit
So
down.
you're saying that the entire justice system is basically
They're all
incestuous.
They're all intertwined.
It's an inner working of secretive people that are held to office and appointed to it.
Just like
secretively.
you were at the bar.
Freemasons, bro.
You seen
Run this town.
you seen the
Now we're getting to a root. Hold on a second. Now
I can show
we're
you
getting to a root.
100% proof that the Freemasons run this town.
Yes.
100%, brother. It's in the workings of this city. The way you walk around in town, you'll pass emblems all day and not even notice it. Bro. From the buildings, the sides of the buildings will have the emblems right on blast.
And it's not an only thing is
You can't mistake it.
you
It's
guys
Freemason.
I'm listening.
You guys came to Harney County because there's been a bigger picture in Harney County for years.
That's why
and
you're a
years.
drug.
You're gonna hold one at a time, please.
And
This is turns. Take turns.
the bigger picture is slowly unraveling, and the people of Harney County realize
And they're scared.
the people at the refuge are here for us, and we are not scared of you guys or about you guys. The media is portraying you guys
You're
to
opening
be.
up the package.
The media is portraying you guys to be a bunch of people that you guys are not, and we know firsthand because there's a lot of people from Harney County, my mother being one of them, that have been out there multiple times, and we know that you guys are here to stand up for our advice of rights, our opinions, and what
No matter what they are.
no
Bro,
matter
I'm
what
a
they
U.S.
are.
Marine, and I can stand to this day, and I would
But-
fucking gladly shake your hand and stand out there 100%. Now that I know what the fuck's going on,
Thank you, brother.
There
It's
is
bullshit.
there is a lot of
Thank you,
chaos that you guys or whoever is at the refuge is stirring because there's been so much corruption in Harney County, so much corruption with the DA, with the sheriff, with the sheriff's
inside
little
person.
cronies, and I'm not talking about Dave Ward. I'm talking about
Let's
the
get
person.
to the root. Let's get who are you talking
I am
about?
talking about David Glarip and the one that's
Okay,
been
now
the sheriff.
bring it down. We're in a room. Bring it down a little bit. I
That-
understand it's passionate. I understand. Give
That-
me some examples on how Dave Glarip, I've never heard of the man, I don't know him. Give me some examples on what.
he ran this town for so long that, I mean, even FBI came in. I was working with ranchers out in
Even
this
FBI
town.
came in and what?
Even FBI came in, and these guys have, I mean, on file, gunned down a guy, but even before they even know what the hell they're looking for him for.
Well, it's
So
just
the
I
like,
hold
never
on a second,
had a-
time out. The FBI
This
was
guy,
looking for him?
this guy was looking for racketeering. Okay,
Okay, so
not
the-
a violent
So
offense.
I'm ready. The FBI
They
was
gunned
looking
him
for him.
down.
Who gunned him down?
Dave Glarip and Needham,
Brian Needham.
right in front of two FBI agents.
See what you guys are.
How do I know this? My buddy was out there on the fucking ranch working for him. I don't like the guy, but I do trust him. He's never, ever, ever, ever lied to anybody.
And half the people in town, especially the older crew, you know, they've all gone to school with Brian Needham. And they
My
know
dad.
his little dirty tricks. He should have never been a cop. You know, the sheriff of this town of 20 some years can get away with killing his own brother in a hunting accident.
Yeah.
And get away with killing his own brother in cold blood because he's the sheriff of this town and there's a bigger corruption going on.
And that's
with-
Blair?
This is Dave
Not to
Blair.
mention my family.
And you know, not in,
Alright,
in the
one
80s,
time.
there was a cocaine bust. There was supposed to be 8 50-gallon drums of cocaine that flew into Harney County. All
Yep.
right. When the feds got here, there was 4 barrels of cocaine. Where did the other 4 go? It's
And
because
let me
Dave
tell you-
Glarip and his little fucking croonies have been running this town and half of Oregon pushing drugs or whatever it is for many, many, many years. And it's really, really funny that the refuge gets taken over 4, 5, 6 months before the sheriff in this town resigns his position, and
To
another
put it all on the other sheriff.
and to put it all on the other sheriff right here.
Now
Thank you,
I'm
brother.
getting it.
And guess
Now,
what?
Thank you.
And
That's
Dave
why we're
Ward-
doing this.
Dave
Now you're
Ward-
getting the puzzle
You can
pieces.
tell.
Dave Ward is a good man because he gave me a ride to a county jail as a probation officer, and his exact words, he goes, if Brian Needham gets sheriff in this town, he goes, I will sell my ranch and I will take my family and I will leave because I am not a part
Can I
of
ask you a
him
question then?
or
Can you
Dave
say-
How
Glarip.
does the current Sheriff Ward feel about Glarip?
I mean, I
You
don't,
don't like him
I
at
don't
all.
think he likes him whatsoever. He's
So what you're telling me is basically this sheriff that just stepped in a few months ago,
He's a
even
fucking
though
puppet.
we all agree that he did violate his oath by not protecting these innocent people.
Absolutely.
Let's be
before
honest
or
about
after.
that.
As a
Before or after.
military
No,
man
I understand.
and as an
Exactly.
officer.
Okay.
This is a Marine talking
Gotcha,
right now.
gotcha.
He had an oath to take, even though all that corruption existed before he was there, which I hear. I get that. I know it's not all him. I get that.
And
But
why- and
I
why-
feel
and-
as a
and
person
why
that
do you
raised
think-
my hold on. I feel as a person that raised my hand and took an oath that if you take a job to protect your public, and you know that your public is innocent of a crime. They did not commit a crime by starting a backfire. I'm a former firefighter, bro. They did not commit a crime. They certainly didn't commit a crime of terrorism. The judge himself, in that case, the judge himself said, I could not sentence them to even the mandatory minimum because it would be a shock upon the conscience. Okay? And then he retired. So let's be honest here about
Who was
this.
that
Is
that
that
retired?
is that when, hold on, let me finish. When you take the office of sheriff, when you stand up and you raise your right hand and you take that oath, it is an enormous responsibility that you better be willing to take. You better be willing to accept. It is. I understand. That's why I have so much absolute respect for constitutional sheriffs, because to be a constitutional sheriff is not an easy thing to do. It takes a man of integrity, it takes a man of courage, it takes a man of strength, and if you're lacking in any one of those things, you can become a pawn or a puppet, just like you're saying.
I think
So
he,
what
I
I
think
hear
that
you
was already
saying
played
is,
out in Monopoly.
I don't know anything about the Freemasons in this town. I'm not talking conspiracy theory. This is an organization.
I'm not here to
Now,
talk
some
for
Freemason organizations in some towns,
Freemasons. They
some
do it.
look. I have friends that are Freemasons. Okay,
All right, brother.
hold on.
I
I want to make this clear.
I'm gonna supersede at this moment.
Okay.
I'm gonna state that from here on out, when we're talking about Freemasons and
Right,
shit in
right.
Burns,
Uh-huh.
let's keep it low.
I got you.
Because
What I'm
these-
saying is that I have friends that are.
bro,
But one more thing
Don't
on
make
the
it out of
record,
this
I would like
No,
to
I'm
say,
not trying to bring
me,
down
bro.
Freemasons.
on the
I'm not
record
trying-
though, what I would like to say about
no,
Dave
the
Ward,
office.
why do you think the man is at the point he will not speak with anybody at the refuge right now?
I get that.
Why do you think he's at the point to, I'm sorry, I took the role as a sheriff, but I have to step down? Because he
I would
knows,
have stepped down if I was him.
he knows, and he's going to.
I bet he is.
He is. Guaranteed.
I think I've been being a little bit too hard on him. to be
It
honest with
will.
you, but,
It
all right.
will happen. And you know what? That man has done so much good for us people in Harney
Yes.
County, which
So
you
much.
guys don't, which everybody doesn't understand, because
I'm trying to get that.
He saved
it's-
us from fucking tyranny, bro.
I don't see how he
So
did that,
much.
but
No, literally.
how so? Hold on.
And
Time
he-
out.
and
Hold
he
on.
knows-
One at a time. Go.
How so
One at
is
a time. Can't hear you.
for the fact that this guy took over a dictator.
Yeah.
Pretty much. This guy
And he has tried to fix
is
it.
a dictator, Dave Glarick.
Where does the judge play into this?
Savagely, if you had any kind of a fault of any kind of a shade
Can
of
I ask-
background whatsoever in just anything, suspicion or not,
Mhm.
this guy would hammer you with a fucking 50-pound sledgehammer.
Which judge? Are we talking about Grassley? Or are we
Anything possible to
talking
take
about
you down.
Kramer? Are we talking
I'm talking about Judge Grassley for right now.
Judge Grassley?
Yeah, tell me about him. Is he a Freemason too?
No.
Okay, so this isn't like a big Freemasonic conspiracy.
He's
I would have to say out of the county,
Long Harney County.
you know, Judge Grassley,
He's a piece of
He-
shit.
he may be a piece of shit, but honestly, that guy's square. He's just personal driven.
You know
No,
what?
he's already spoken out against this and then said
This
that
is
he was going to
personal.
file this and file that. He can't do
My
that.
personal opinion,
Yeah.
he has got his hands so tied deep into everything that's going on around here.
That's what I need to know. Everything that's going on. What is
I
going
don't
on?
doubt that he doesn't have his
It's
hands deep
corrupt,
in this,
man. I mean,
but I
the whole-
guarantee the ringleader
how
is
the
Dave.
town is
One at a
rigged.
time, guys, please.
The town is rigged, man. We had a sheriff for almost 30 years that nobody could stand. All right.
Why did they keep re-electing him, or was that?
It was
he
rigged,
It was
man.
a rigged election.
It was a rigged
Have
election.
you guys ever heard of the Battle of Athens?
No, I've never heard about that.
Yeah.
But, you
I'll
know,
explain that in a little
one
bit.
other
Go ahead.
sheriff that we ever had in his 20-some years of being sheriff, almost 30 years of being a sheriff, was another guy named Dave. And he was sheriff for 1 or 2 years, and he got ran out of town. Dave Peterson, all right. And what do you know? Dave Blair was elected back in the sheriff, all right. As soon as our mill shut down here, which ran this city, Dave Blair bought up all of it, all right. He owned half the town. The fucking
Oh, so he owned half the town and was the sheriff.
Yes.
yes,
Nice.
yes.
There's a lot
The
more than you
big
think.
black bear fucking above the just
You're killing me with the cussing. I'm not going to play this one yet.
This guy has his hands in everything, and if he doesn't literally own it, pocketbook-wise, financially, he controls it some other way, blackmail or in something else.
all right.
He's got something on everybody here.
They're-
I guarantee
the
you.
sheriff just doesn't step down after 30 years of being ho ho, I'm the man, I'm the big bad sheriff in town, you know? For this, alright? He steps down.
So, do you have any kind of sense or feeling that the situation with the Hammonds maybe was intentionally provoked, knowing that
Yes.
something
Yes.
would come?
Yes.
Dude, you guys were baited in here.
Yes.
You were being baited in here 6 months ago.
Why do you
2
think?
years ago,
Why,
bro.
and why do you think our great judge Grasty, he said no, our people cannot no longer hold towns meeting at the high school. Why would our judge say that? All right.
Dude, stop that. Stop looking out the window, dude. That's the kind of shit that draws attention. Just listen and relax.
And you know,
We're fine.
it's
We're fine.
because he didn't. He
Dude, then let him do it, bro. Then let him do it. Because you know what? If we're patriots, then we stand opposed to corruption. And if we can't stand
Yeah,
opposed
but I
to
got a
corruption,
little
let him.
girl, bro. And
Yeah, I
I'm not,
understand that. Do
I'm
you want her
not
to live free?
face.
Do you want her to live free, or do you want to live on her knees, brother?
I like to be right by her side.
I understand that, but do you want her to live free?
I'm gonna fuck about what you got going on, bro. I'm here
I
to
get
give
you.
you the fucking truth.
And that's what I want.
100%. I
That's
give a
what I
fuck
want.
about your cause when it comes to my daughter.
I understand that. I
When
get
it comes to that,
I know you want to
give
go
a
home.
fuck.
I know you want to be your dad, but don't you want to
As a
live
Marine,
free?
bro, I would have.
As
I
a
would.
Marine, don't you want
As
to
a
live
Marine,
free?
bro, I would give up everything I have to protect my daughter, even over my family, bro.
for sure.
I understand.
Yeah.
I can't fault that.
That's
Look,
number
look,
one in
you
my
guys,
book,
you
bro.
guys gave me a lot of
This
information.
town,
I
if you
understand.
get too heavy into this shit, you'll never leave county.
I love what you guys are
I
doing.
love you guys very much.
I love
Each
you
and every
too.
fucking
And
one
you
of
guys are all
you.
gonna. You guys
But
are all gonna die out
be
there, and I know
careful.
that wholeheartedly.
I know.
These
Because-
fuckers are corrupt and they
because-
don't play by the state or the Constitution, bro.
I know.
Bro, they've been bouncing.
You're
these
100
fucking-
miles from
these,
anywhere.
These Fed cops.
And
You
motherfuckers
have
have
got
been
this
waxed.
All right, one at a time.
This town's so riled because of all these feds in town, and these feds have been itching to come into this
We
county
haven't
since
been
the
able to
80s.
fucking
All
warn
right.
you guys
So
until
are the
now.
feds the good guys in this? or-
No.
all
No.
right. Okay, I'm trying to figure. Is there any
Any
federal
fed that
agency?
You know what's
comes to
gonna,
Harney
you know what's
County
gonna happen?
is already under fucking.
You know what's gonna happen
Okay,
real
I hear you.
soon, bro?
What's that?
They're gonna block the roads off,
and that's a Marine,
and they're
bro.
gonna quarantine this whole fucking town. The feds are.
I hope that's not gonna happen.
It is gonna happen,
It's gonna
bro.
happen, bro.
It's already begun to happen.
Why
you
do you
just don't see
Why
them
do you
out there,
think
bro.
the fucking courthouse
Special
is
forces
blocked
have already
off,
got
bro?
this fucking town locked.
None of them want to assault.
Bro, this town's already locked. Anybody comes into town, anybody. I don't care if it's a rat,
Please stop yelling, please.
I know we rolled across the desert
rat,
in a
coyote,
Prius.
anything.
If I tilt my camera this way, is it sideways to you guys?
So that everybody can hear us.
I know we rolled across in a Prius that was like 80 miles.
I gotta go, bro.
Just calm down, brother. Just
You're
calm
good, bro.
down. Fuck. Just calm down. You don't just
Half
take a
the
deep
shit,
breath.
bro, you already know half the shit I've already said. I'm done.
No, you.
Listen. If you want, listen. Look at me. Look at me. Do you not want me to publish it? I won't publish it.
Nah, you're cool, bro.
Look at me. I want you to look at me in the
It
eye.
doesn't matter what your camera or your fucking recording is already picked up, bro. These
Yeah, but
rooms
that
are already
doesn't.
bugged.
But that doesn't mean that you're reveal it. If you tell me not to reveal it, I won't. If you don't, if
it
you're
doesn't matter.
scared,
Listen, bro. It doesn't. Understand. It doesn't matter what you reveal. This hasn't even been aired.
Bro, your worst nightmare is that Android or
This-
that Android that you have.
This
I'm telling
phone
you.
isn't doing shit right now. It's just passing order. Okay, they got us on camera, but yeah, or on recording. But like,
the whole
bro,
the whole police squad.
the Harney
that
County
way,
Sheriff's
we will
Office,
love it.
PD,
Ain't nothing. Listen,
private fucking military in Harney County.
they're-
Right now, they know. Bro, they've been watching us the whole entire time we left the fucking log. Why do you think I've been telling you to fucking be careful what the fuck we're saying, how loud we speak?
well, that's what I've been telling you guys. Are the ones that have been yelling at me.
Well, it doesn't matter. They already know every word we're
Can I
saying.
have one of those beers?
I promise,
Good.
bro.
You-
That's how fucking dangerous.
Don't you think there
We're
doesn't
playing
there
with fire.
any good
This-
people?
Not here, bro.
Bro, you've met good people. I promise you that. I can vouch for him. since
No, I
he's
know,
little.
I know that. That's not what I'm talking about.
But I'm telling you,
Look,
you know what's going on.
I don't agree with what they did up there, man.
No one else, everybody
I
else
don't
around here
agree
shoots,
with
bro.
what they did to all those people either. But us little piss-ons ain't never gonna be able to change anything because we're not in DC.
That's true.
I had
Right,
to leave.
and that's
I had
my-
to leave the
and-
state, the county, just to fucking turn pro. And
the
bro, back
bigger
in the day,
picture is
I could have
you-
had the fucking national
the
title
feds
belt
are in this
at
town.
155
Going
pounds.
through that fucking courthouse 1,000,000.
We'll be back unless I'm dead.
There's been so much.
I'll be
fraud,
back unless I'm dead.
so much investment
Okay?
in this county for the last 50 fucking years, and it's all gonna come out real soon.
If there's no paperwork, there's no proof. Hold on a second. If there's no paperwork, there's no proof. As far as I'm concerned, we don't have a lick of proof about anything. We don't have a lick
Yeah,
of
we're
proof
gonna
about
leave
anything
here.
you've said.
Anything.
All
you're
it is,
ever-
all this is, I mean,
It's hearsay.
basically,
No, not basically. It is fucking hearsay.
Oh,
You know why?
break time.
yeah, because I don't have any proof in my hand. Without proof in my hand, I can say
A lot
that
of the
100
hardcore
times.
fucking evidence. A lot of the hardcore evidence is fucking fucked up in this county. It's burned down back.
You guys want to let me out the gate?
I'm just saying, around when? Oh, so that it toasted in the 90s.
Hey, that's wonderful. We got to have more bodies to defend this ground. Wish me luck.
Okay, I don't have Screencast-O-Matic on Linux here, so I'm doing this with my cell phone. This is from the live stream from the so-called Patriot standoff in Oregon, where these Patriots panic and rush to turn off the live stream camera after they are obviously unexpectedly asked to sign talent releases from some guy walking in off set. So without further ado, I'll play this out for you here.
He's pretty much straight up above where the railroad tie blockade is.
You're probably getting closer.
On the north.
Hey guys, can I get you guys to sign talent releases?
Say again?
Say what? Talent releases. Can I get you guys to sign talent releases?
What does that mean?
It just means
Insurance to a movie.
Talent releases. Oh, not planning on that, huh? So, just to give you a fix here, there's the URL, although it's probably not going to be valid after this. They did not, well, they deleted the permanent item from the channel, which is shown here. So this is the only way I know of to back this up. And just to give you a timestamp here, we're looking at, this was about a little over an hour ago that I caught this, here in Seoul, Korea, Thursday, January 28th, 2016. Okay. So there it is. Looks like more crisis actor psyops. Make of it what you will. Over and out.
All right, let's take you to Oregon now, where armed protesters have taken over the headquarters of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge.
They had assault weapons, they had automatic weapons. These people who hold themselves out to be patriots are not. They're nothing more than domestic terrorists. Domestic terrorists. Domestic terrorists.
Armed siege, government building, militia, the citizens are scared. Wait.
Okay. I go out on my recon. Don't lose my coffee cup. I stole it from my dog.
No communication. We don't know which way to work with you.
Who are we talking to? Do you know?
It's a beautiful day. I believe it's a day for cowboy boots and blue jeans.
Yeah. Who are we talking with?
Did you guys think of a...
There's no reason to. Who do you want to go to?
Grant County.
I got a live stream on right now.
Okay.
Cross country by
Are they listening to us?
They can hear.
Big surprise. You're gonna have to throw that live stream away.
Throw it away.
It's compromising us right now. We just fucked ourselves. Jesus Christ.
Sure. Yeah.
We spent some time talking to Blaine,
Mhm.
and he was very great about opening up and telling us about his kids.
Yes.
Now I understand that your foster kids have also had the same kind of issues.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, a week ago, last weekend, it's been just a little over a weekend, they came in and took my 4 boys and took them out of the home. They, I believe it was our licensing agency said that, or the CPS, I'm not sure which, my wife has been dealing with this, but they said the directive came down from the governor's office. The governor is flatly denying it, but so you have two different stories going on. The governor saying, no, I never did any such sort of thing, and we have workers that have come to us says this is coming from the governor's office, and so somebody is either misinformed or not being straightforward with this, and I honestly believe that the federal government is putting pressure upon us in every way that they can. I believe that was a ploy to put pressure on us. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Wayne Cooper's children were also a target. You know, you go after the most tender places and places you can get. So this is I don't know. Well, I don't know what asymmetrical warfare means, but this means that, you know, I think they're coming at all fronts, and that's to be expected, and that's okay. I go back to my boys. They were doing really well. These are extremely the highest level of care. It's a therapeutic foster. I'm not regular foster. It's boys that are coming out of usually detention centers, you know, some type of institution, and the ranch was a great tool to help bring these boys and reintegrate them into society and help them to function successfully in a family setting. And so the ranch was such a great tool for me to work side by side with them and begin to
What were
develop.
the age ranges of them?
Usually they're right there in the 15, 16, 17-year-old. So, you know, they're big boys. A lot of these guys are you know, 6 foot, 200 pounds. And so a lot of people struggle wanting to deal with this segment of population, but they so need, you know, somebody to care about them and to be, you know, in a strong father figure that they so often don't have that in their life. And so, you know, that was a great opportunity for me to try to give to these young men and try to give them a good start in life. And I felt very blessed to be able to do this for quite a few years, a long time.
Do you see a chance of getting them back?
I don't know. Right now, it doesn't look very likely.
Really, if the governor is denying having anything to do with it, would the governor be willing to step up and help you get them back? There's the kind of the call.
Well, I think you know, my wife is being a little more, well, not really wanting to press this, but I think I'm wanting to press this and say, hey, let's get the story straight. Let's give us the basis for which you removed my boys from me. You know, I'm what, 3 states away. Well, where's the safety issue? There was no safety issue, you know, and so show me the basis upon which you used to take my boys out of my home.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if anybody else family targeted other than these two?
This is all that I know.
I had to do a bit of an internet smackdown over somebody saying about you, you know, like, oh, you were just getting free labor at your ranch. I'm like, geez, I mean, if anybody, you know, that's one of the problems is kids don't have strong anything anymore or learn any work value. You know, there's nothing wrong with work. And I grew up on a farm and I still on a farm. So, you know.
They loved it. They could not get enough of getting out there, wanting to ride, wanting to camp. I mean, these are boys, and so what we did, we took away all the electronics, no phones, no Game Boys, you know, nothing with the screen, and so and then you take them out and you start riding, you start camping, you start working, and you start branding. Okay, hold that calf, you know, grab that leg, grab that rope, you know, load those calves. And pretty soon they are in their element because they're a boy. They want to be out doing things. That's what boys do. They go do things. They don't sit down and if a boy's just sitting in front of some type of electronics, he becomes underdeveloped. And then plus you start having this relationship, a father son relationship, a father mother relationship, and they start saying, I like this. This is good. And so they have something to go into adulthood saying, you know what, this is maybe what I'd like my life like. And so it's been a great thing for me in my life to try to give back to these boys. I feel very blessed to have had a good father and good mother to kind of keep me in the right direction. And so it's a way that I've been able to try to give back. And
How long have you been fostering boys?
with this particular agency, 12, 13 years. You know,
Wow.
I've done it for before out of New Mexico and for another 6 years. So all told about 18 years that I've been doing. I see what we do. We take the most troubled ones, and it's about a 1.5-year program that we get them, try to stabilize them, get them so they're doing well. Then we transition them into a lower level of care, back to their family, back to a traditional, just regular foster level, care level. And so we've somewhere between 50 and 60 kids that we've had through our home that we've tried to work with.
And these agencies have always been on board with everything that you've done.
I have been the only one for years in Arizona that's been allowed to have 4 beds at this level. And it's because of my track record of how good we have done. And we've always had lots of different clinics have always been trying to get in line to try to get their kids in our homes. And so it's been a very successful program. There's been nothing that has been unsuccessful in what we've done. I mean, there's been no reason why. Let me rephrase that. There's no reason why they should have been taken out of a home.
And it was all safety issues that were cited.
I don't even think they cited anything.
Really?
No, they just came and took the kids.
Wow.
Yeah, they said, okay, we're here Saturday and we're here Sunday, and the kids are gone. And so I go, okay. So it's political. It's not safe. It's political. So if the governor did not do that, if it did not come out of the governor's office, he's denied it, then I'd like to ferret it down, because I don't believe him right now. He may not be aware of it. It may have come from his office and not him particular. But when we were told this came clear from the governor's office, I believe that more than what I've just been told. So somebody had the power, without any cause, come in here without any investigation, without anything. Before you remove kids, you got to investigate.
Well, did you sign a contract that gives them that power, that they don't have to investigate? They just
No.
Okay.
You actually have rights and recourses as foster parents to have things to be heard. And so there was no allegation made. There we have no allegations upon us that that they used to take them. And so maybe to cover their bases, they'll try to come up with something, but there was none. And I rip all 4 of them out. So anyway, it is what it is, and the biggest thing is it's the lives of these boys.
Yeah.
I mean, these boys have been just, and so some of these kids have never had a stable placement. Some of them over 100 placements that have failed. And so now when they finally become stable, doing well, sports, basketball, passing their classes, doing well in school, say, somebody 3 states away is doing something we don't like. You're not safe. That is exactly why they're taken out. It's because I'm here, making the political stuff.
Yeah.
Where that comes from is Genghis Khan would make like 100-mile circle with his troops around whatever he was trying to conquer, and then they would just work their way in, beating their shields and making noise, working the population into a fervor, and they all ran to the center. And if they didn't take knee, they would kill them. And if they did take knee, then they would just be left alone and were absorbed into his empire.
Okay.
That's kind of the history of that. Hey, I had this really cool idea, Sherry. I don't know if you can help implement this or if we can fund you out there long enough to do it, but it would be cool if you maybe could broker getting with some leadership with the Paiute tribe, and we could document getting them the boy, and then document them getting their stuff back.
What we'd like to start with is before we start beginning to talk about actual artifacts and stuff, let's actually sit down and talk face to face. Let's take this one step at a time. Let's talk about the refuge, about their plight as a people. Let's talk about how this occupation here affects them and their people. let's begin one step at a time, and most definitely working towards these important artifacts.
Yeah, exactly. And it would be a good way to make a very good documentary showing how you guys, we get so much mass media, sound bitey kind of stuff. Every time everything about you guys is always heavily armed. This guy or that guy is doing this thing or that thing, or you got the other side of alternative media that's making news instead of reporting it. And what we're just trying to do, at least we're starting to gain some trust on both sides of the fence here, even with the police, and everybody's talking to us nice, and maybe we could help broker this out.
You know what? You are more than welcome to reach out to them and say, we would like to help promote an open dialogue between you and those of us here at the Harnett County Resource Center, and let's begin that. So if you'd like to do that,
we'll have to talk about some logistics on that one.
Yeah.
We were due to go home tomorrow for at least until next week, so we can get some stuff caught up on our own farm. We've hired somebody to take care of our animals and stuff out there.
I don't think they're going anywhere, and we're not going anywhere, so I think we got time.
So I think when we come back, maybe we can actually work this out.
Let's do that. Like we plan on staying here, and
okay. Let me ask you a question on that. We were talking with a couple people around, as I love to do. The suggestion that if the Hammonds were released from prison, y'all really would leave.
We've never said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I thought that might be a little bit of a stretch.
That is the first and foremost thing that we desire is to stop the suffering in that family. They have suffered enough. And so that's why we're actually here. We would not be here in Harnett County if it was not for injustice to the Hammond family. Let us not ever miss sight of that. But let me also be very clear about these buildings. These will never, ever go back to the federal government. They must never go back to the federal government. The federal government must return to the confines of law. This is a perfect example of a government, a centralized power flowing over all of its things. And these buildings here, they function and operated out in helping to close off the resources of this county, take the ranches to oppress the people, to take this county from the most prosperous to the poorest. This is their base. This is very symbolic. This is their fortress. This is their castle, and we've occupied it, and it will never return. It will return to Harnett County City, and it's on its path.
Is the BLM office in Burns closed? It was in Burns, right?
Yes, my understanding that yes, it is. In fact, I believe Ampton or Ryan went out and put a sign closed permanently, but I think the sign was taken down, but it's still closed. so that's as far as I know it is.
I wish I'd seen that one. That would have been good.
This is about.
Then you have had an effect. You have made progress.
Oh, much progress. The greatest progress is with the neighboring ranch. This Saturday is we're having the signing ceremony for 2 ranches that are going to cross the Rubicon, going to cross that river, make that commitment to sign that Declaration of Independence and be emancipated from the overlordship of their ranchers by the federal government. So it's a big deal. It may not seem like a big deal, but only 2 people have actually done that in the United States right now. Clive and Bundy one, me being the other. Mm-hmm. And so if those 2 ranchers sign that will now have doubled. And I know I've been in contact this day with groups in Utah, come to Idaho. They look at doing the same thing based upon the same principle that we are going to completely disengage with the federal government and cancel these contractual agreements that they have intimidated the ranchers and people into. And so that's what that is. That's a cancellation of those contracts that they force upon us. It's called mandatory terms and conditions, standard terms and conditions. And so once you sign that, at that point, you have laid it all on the line.
Do you think I can get a copy of those?
Well, we have the one that Cliven sent and the one that I sent, and they're in the process of trying to put something together in the mixture of the 2. Mine was 1 paragraph, his was 2 pages. And so anyway, we don't have that out yet.
Well, I'll make
the
sure you
Bundys are
have
working
my
on that.
email address so you can let me know.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, that would be very good for a lot of people to see. You know, they could, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. We would. I'll get that from Sherry and do that. I need to run and try to get things set up. We're Skyping with ranchers from out of state.
That's
right
okay
now.
because we just got called back over to Ammon.
Oh, well, now that's the top drawer there. So
No, you've been pretty good.
We're going to go, Hawk, and we'll be back in. Give us 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll have a discussion with Ammon
and
Ryan Bundy.
Hey, thank you.
You know, I look at this as, you know, there's going to be some upset people, of course, because we have displaced 300 of these non-productive, stealing jobs. But at the same time, you know, they were looking for a job when they found the job. Okay, and what's he threatened? His family's been threatened. But eventually, you know, you got to decide to stand on the right, you know, stand for right and truthfulness. Now, Grafke, I mean, he's a real gem. We've been watching him at these meetings, and they had a meeting here last night. I watched it live.
Everybody's doing and what's going on?
Oh, sure. This little boy.
Hey, little boy, how you doing? You got Nighthawk here?
Yes.
Just wanted to call in and see if we get some daily updates, what's going on out there and how everybody's doing and what's going on.
Oh, sure. It's Monday, and so I don't, you know, kind of the worst time to actually do things in the media cycle is what the NBC reporter told me is on Fridays and Saturdays, and unfortunately we did one of the most important things here on Saturday. I don't know if you had a chance to follow what happened Saturday here.
Yeah, I caught quite a bit of that.
Okay, excellent. Well, that is definitely the most major thing that has happened outside of us just coming here and taking over the refuge center here. To have those ranchers stand up and sign that declaration of emancipation from those federal contracts is
right.
Just an amazing thing.
I mean, I think you guys are doing a fantastic job out there. Getting, you know, things are actually starting to happen now. So.
Yes. And see, we let the media know the first of the week that this Saturday, which was last Saturday, we were going to have a signing ceremony, and we had a rancher with a lot of grit, Adrian Sewell from the Silver City, Mexico, and he says, no, I'm ready to stand up for the Constitution. You know, he sat down with Ammon, and you know, they took the time to go over all those parts of the Constitution, you know, until he had a clear understanding of, you know, he knew it was wrong, but by the time he was done, he had the points of law and the points of the Constitution, so that he had an understanding of where he stood at in relationship to the law. He flew out here, and he was the third person in America to sign that Emancipation Proclamation and say, I no longer will recognize the federal government as the overlord of these lands. I shall uphold the state and the counties, and I shall ranch on these lands as a free man. I will uphold the rights of the hunter to access, and the rights of the camper and the recreationalist, and we shall live in these lands as we have been doing for 100+ years successfully, you know, and without that overreaching, overbearing hand of the federal government.
Right, yeah. You know, unfortunately, Sherry had to go home. She's going to try to come back out there and work with you guys some more as soon as we can get her out there. Funding's always an issue, and they got their own ranch to run.
Right. And the thing of it was is that after he signed it, there's a Harney County rancher says, you know what? I'm done with this. I am through with this oppression. And
that's
he
awesome.
walked right in there and, spilled his heart on all the things he had seen over the years here. He said, let me see that. I'm signing it. So he signed it. And then 8 ranchers in Utah stood up and signed those emancipation proclamations. And they were, so now you have 10. For 20 years it was 1, Clive and Bundy, and one day you've got 10. And now this Friday we have a rancher on his own that's home in the county next to us in Malheur County, and he's going to stand up and counsel his, and he's got other ranchers who are going to stand beside him. And so, and then we had actually just about a half hour ago kind of a delegation of ranchers from Montana that came here. And so you're seeing an awakening in a country of requiring the federal government to say no longer will we bow down to this.
Yeah, I seen today that Grant County, right, I think it's right next to Harney County, ain't it?
Yes. Yeah, they reached out to us last week and said that the citizens there, and my understanding is they got a really tough sheriff there that's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, he was.
Said, could you come and talk with us?
Yeah, he did an interview on the internet today, and had called the sheriff up there and said, they really need to go to an effort to get the FBI out of there and to release the Hammonds. But that in my opinion, the Hammonds are political prisoners at this point.
Oh, absolutely they are. I mean, how is it that we as Americans can sit by and say, well, yeah, it didn't happen to us, some bad things happen to good people, and so that's just Hammond's law, and we'll just, we'll forget about them and move on with our daily lives. And why is it that we say that this is supposed to be the new normal, that we must sit by as citizens and accept such an atrocity and say, well, we exhausted all the political and all the legal avenues, and so there's no more we can do, and we're citizens of laws, and so we'll just meekly stay in line and say, well, it's not just, but what else can we do? And we're saying, no way. No way. You doubt yourself.
I think it's just been the educational system of the years and then the media spin and all that kind of stuff has just kind of put everybody thinking that this is the normal, in which we are a country ruled by regulations and ordinances and not a law that is laid down. So
what we have is that we're supposed to have a republic where our laws are we have representatives that represent us. But let's consider the reality of it. We all know about the National Registry. 120,000 pages a year is placed on the National Registry, and if there is nobody that opposes that regulation that's put on there just by somebody gets in a room and says, well, we'll make this a regulation, it becomes law. And I probably shared this with you, but one of my favorite movies is The Gladiator. I don't like how violent it is, and so but having said that, there's some real principles in there that we should listen to. And remember, Commodus, he's the emperor. And he just killed his father, and he's mad at the Senate. He says, I'm about ready to disband the Senate. And his sister says, oh brother says, let the people have their illusions. And that's what we have. We have an illusion of a republic. We have an illusion of a representative form of government, and we do not.
No, we don't. We don't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we absolutely do not. My daughter has a lot of friends, and they don't get educated correctly. When I went to school, we had government and current events classes, and they were required, and they just aren't now. And American history, I remember when she brought her American history book. I used to go through all her books when she brought them home from school, when I could get her to bring them home from school so I could look at them. And and there are so many mistakes and falsehoods in there, and the leaders of the American Revolution was actually kind of portrayed as if they were terrorists, and and just stuff like that. Well, her friends used to come over here, and and they come into into the radio station. They hear all the stuff we're talking about, and of course they're young kids, so they're fascinated by the fact I got 6 monitors in front of me at all times.
well,
But the point I'm trying to make is I would sit down and start explaining this stuff to them, and it's like a new light came into their eyes.
Yeah.
They want to know this stuff. They just don't get taught it. And when they started learning this stuff, I mean, it was like a light just popped on in their eyes. And then they would come back and just sit here riveted while I explained this stuff to them for hours.
Well, because it's a true principle. And so it strikes upon the chords of the soul. And people respond to the principles of freedom. And so when they hear it, they see it. They recognize it as truth. And then they respond to it. Good people do. People that love power and control, they don't respond so well. They hate it, actually. They do it.
Oh, they detest it. I had some issues with my network, and we got it turned back on today. And the phone guy said that my fiber network was shut down remotely. The logs were erased. There's only 2 people that can do that. That's Windstream and the government. That's it.
Yep.
So,
and you need to understand that this is we're battling for the hearts and minds right now of freedom, and so we're battling for the souls of men to stand up and be free. And so you get attacked in many ways. This rancher, Adrian Sewell, as soon as he signed that, his poor wife was hammered online, the death threats, the attack. And, he says, I thought I knew there'd be some pushback. I had no idea it would be so quick and so filthy and so venomous. And so you need to understand that when you strike upon that power structure, that there are agents that want to hold that up, and they become unleashed. And as a poor young man and a young family, they have been just hammered. But they got courage, and they're standing their ground.
Right.
And that's the thing that I have found that is most lacking as I have dealt with people. They understand the understanding comes into their eyes and as we teach these things and the light goes on. But then they say, but if I stand up, they'll come after me. I might be the next Hammond family. And then they say, will you leave? Are you going to leave it? If we start standing up and we commit to them, we shall not leave you. We are not going to come in here and kick an ant in bed and then walk away and let it go crazy. We will stand here.
Right.
To protect all of you who will stand.
Well, here's the question that a lot of people have posed to me. Is they've said, well, once they can get the community working on board and get the community to come out there and occupy and do that, are you guys going to just stay there, or are you going to jump and move to the next necessary situation? Because there are things like this going on all over the country. You know that as well as I do. I'm preaching to the choir with that.
I got some lost cows that I surely would need to run back and try to find. I'm just a small rancher, so when I start losing a few cows, it takes a big bite out of me. And so, I'd love to go back and spend some time at home, but I have committed to these people that they say, will you leave us? Will you leave us? And I say, we shall not leave a moment too soon.
Well, If you leave too soon, Degrassi's going to get a hold of it. I heard that he canceled tonight's meeting because the community demanded to hear from Ammon. Is that true?
Well, say that last line again.
I read today that Degrassi canceled the community meeting now, or tonight, that was scheduled tonight, because the community is demanding to hear from Ammon Bundy.
I think that they don't want to hear from Judge Grassley too much anymore. We're going to have the meeting in the schoolhouse, and there wasn't enough people. So, we'll move it to the senior citizen center, and we got to have tickets, and you got to go through a scanner, and you got to show your ID. And I think everybody says, you know what? I don't want to do that. And I believe nobody ever wanted to show up. So he says, oh, it's all canceled. But I better say it's because of security concerns. That's what I think how it really went down.
Well, and here comes another constitutional freedom, the right to peaceful assembly.
Yeah, you better go through a scanner, better show your ID, and you know, and you're not welcome if you don't fit the parameters that we want.
Right, and walk by their gold-fringed flag.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even understand that when you go into a courtroom now, it has nothing to do with constitutional courts. It's admiralty court and monetary court, and that's because we have a 4-color flag now, and it's because it's got gold fringe around it.
Got gold fringe around it. It's admiralty. That's my understanding. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I just know that it's not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I had a guy call me. I don't know how he got my home phone number. I think I'm gonna have to go enlist it again, but he called and schooled me for like an hour and a half on something I already knew.
Well, maybe send it my way and give me some schooling. I'm still open for lots of education, and it's been a fast learning curve, and I've loved it, and I'm ashamed that I haven't learned it earlier. You know, I'm well over 50 years old, and I should have been on the forefront of this a long time ago, but I'm trying to make up for ground right now, lost ground.
Yeah, actually, I was talking to Jason there, asking if he had anything he wanted to ask you. We're all just so busy jumping around trying to keep up with everything. We've been watching the airport for you guys, and actually posture's down. The number of vehicles is way down for you guys. So
let me just throw this out here. Some of the intel that's coming into it says that for the amount of activity that is seen in town of personnel, that the airport does not is not warranting that level of activity, and so they are saying that they believe that they have within a 150-mile radius another stage of operation.
They may have. I have been using satellite views to go find possible areas, and I
found anything.
I haven't. There's a lot of things, but they're old satellite photos, so I can't say there's anybody there. But there are several areas, and there's another center a little bit north of you guys. It's like you got to take 3 turns, and it looks like about 18 miles north and east of you guys, and which could be staged, and it doesn't look like anybody's ever there. It's like some kind of like wildlife station or something.
Well, because of you figure that the response time that they need, you figure that the radius would need to be within about 150 miles. You need to look at about a 2-hour lead time.
Right.
And so,
well, I mean that wildlife center or whatever the heck. I don't have your email.
Army County Resource Center.
Yeah, well, no, it's north and east of you guys. It's a smaller place.
Another one.
Yeah, and you got to go. It's 18 miles or so. That might explain the other intel we got with the guys in the snowmobiles, because they could be on you in 18 minutes in snowmobiles.
Yeah, and so thank goodness all the snow's melting.
Yeah, there you go. I wish mine would. I still got 16 sitting on the ground. And I'm in Kentucky. We don't really get snow here. It was quite a surprise.
Oh, yeah. Hello?
All righty. Well, it looks like that's our Sitrep for the day, folks. Thanks a lot, LeBoy. Is there anybody else there that has anything they would like to add?
No, we just say everybody be safe, and we appreciate everybody's prayers, and just letting everybody know that easy does it, steady she goes. We're holding our course, and we're working hard every day.
All right, LeBoy. I'll talk to you tomorrow. You have a good night, and everybody stay safe and warm.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. Good night. All right, the Nighthawk Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Running this up to YouTube with the Daily Situation Report with LeBoy Finicum. Thank you very much. We are out. All right, you got Nighthawk here with part 2 of the Situation Update Report in Oregon. As you heard, we just got off the phone with LeBoy Finicum out at the refuge. Part 2 of this, we have Sherry from Readout News, who has a little bit of news that came out today about the town meeting that has been canceled in Burns, Oregon. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that, Sherry?
Yeah, Judge Grassi canceled his week.
I want to give you a real quick update here. We're not sure. We're trying to make sure this is all, we're all good to go, but Sherry's going to be heading back out to Burns, I think, today. So hopefully we'll be getting some on-site reports. You know, I don't like Pete Santilli, but it's bullshit that they arrested him. I mean, seriously. All of this has just been a gigantic pile of crap. Swill trying to not go off my deep end with language. Did a show last night, but I took it down because it was kind of a distraction from, and isn't even relevant to anything at this point. Mark Connors and them. You can go over to Mark Connors and catch some of it, I think. Mark Connors report. But plus it was just getting trolled up, and then I don't know what the hell, Professor Doom, I think that's his name, called and just wanted to rip into me and mid-sentence, and don't even know what that was about. I'm still a little confused. But anyway, so that's over and done with. Emotions were pretty high last night, so I was in no mood to chit-chat with anybody in the first place. Plus, my phone just kept ringing, starting from 10 minutes after we found out. My phone was ringing with different people out there and stuff like that. So, sorry, I had my own outburst. We all have our outbursts. You know, we get to see outbursts like crazy on YouTube from some of these guys, but, you know, nobody gives me a crap. But if I every time I ever have even the smallest of about an outburst, I'm a big giant jerk. So, whatever. I'm a big giant jerk. There you go. See, are you a big giant jerk, Nighthawk? Yes, I am a big giant jerk. So, anyway. I'm still waiting for Defend Your Base to come back up, but they may not. I think it's after 4 now out there, so being after 4, they told me I had till 4 to leave, so if they didn't leave, well, I guess that's over too. So, you know, we just don't know what the heck's going on. There was stuff going on that they were copying over all night. Some of it's still rendering, as a matter of fact. YouTube, you know, they did a good job overnight, but it looks like it's over. So I really don't know what's next. I'm just gonna leave this live stream up. That way I don't have to restart everything just in case. But I have no real content for you at the moment. I am going to. It's going to take me a minute to find this. I'm going to go get the conversation between. Let's see here. Hold on. I got it here somewhere. What did I do with it? Losing things. I got too many things going on at once. A second here. Bear with me. And that noise you hear in the background, I didn't know male cats could go into heat, but apparently I have one that did. He just will not shut up. He wants a girlfriend, and he's not going to shut until he gets one. He has just been going row, row, row for like 6 days straight. So sorry about that. Let's see, where is it? All right, this was filmed about an hour or two. I'm not sure exactly. Before the stop. And people have kind of asked details. I mean, I was on the phone with the boy and Ryan Payne, I was just on the phone. I always pre-call each day to set up a time for the live situation update from the refuge. And so I was doing the pre-call, and I was kind of bullshitting around with Ryan Payne, and then he handed the phone over to Lavoie, and Lavoie started to say something. He goes, "Hey, listen, I got to go. We're getting stopped," and then just click. And I could never get back in touch with anybody, and I just assumed something was going on. And I know they were headed into town because they were baited out by the FBI and the Sheriff's Department to come in and discuss surrender or leaving the refuge. And they had a roadblock all set up and ready for them. They were calling it a common roadblock, but FBI does not do 100-man common roadblocks with snipers in the trees. So, that's just kind of the details there as far as I'm concerned. Went and got that. Minded idiot I got that audio and then just went and shut it down. I slept like an hour last night, so bear with me. I lost to my mind. All right, here's that audio from last night with
about the investigation. Have you been able to talk to the group about it?
Yeah, most of them are afraid of you guys.
They're afraid?
Yeah, they're afraid to talk to you, that all you're wanting to do is get information for them, on them.
What type of information?
Well, just like you won't give me your name, you won't give me your last name, you won't see me, you won't, visit me in person, which is actually breaking the law, 18.617, where federal officers, federal officials are supposed to disclose who they are by title and by badge and name. So, it's all kind of backwards, Chris. It's all kind of backwards.
So if you feel that, so you're telling me people are afraid to talk to us, how can we overcome that?
Well, maybe first you could come out and look at us in the eye in person. You could give us your real first name and your real last name, and you could be a true representative of the people, and that would start. That would be a great start.
Okay, so you want to know more about myself and the people that are going to be involved in it?
No, I think, come out here and talk to us.
Well, I'll put that up to my command, so we're working on developing some type of plan to do that.
If you wanted to present that you guys were going to do a true official investigation of the Bureau of Land Management, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Forest Service, and others, the EPA, and you wanted to come out and present to the people of how you're going to do this and how we should trust you in this action, then I'm certain that I can have the room full and they will assist you in that. But I think it's going to take that personal touch of you guys actually not hiding behind the phones and hiding behind the guns and hiding behind the barricades. And then when you do that, then they might actually have faith in you that you're going to get it done and that you're going to protect them, not harm them.
Do you think like some type of public forum where we tell the people of Hardin County, do you think that would be helpful in moving this?
I think they would trust you a lot more. Yeah, absolutely. So, and then they would feel like they could come out, because they're wondering who's the enemy, and they're worried that if they side with somebody too quickly or the wrong, that it's going to hurt them.
I hear your concerns. I will, so maybe some type of public forum would be a good way to address these concerns for Hardin County. I'll brief that up to my bosses and see what some of the options are. We can work on that.
All right, sounds very good.
I was going to ask you something else. I'm looking at the redress of grievances.
Yes.
want to make sure I'm looking at the right one, just so I have some type of reference point. There's a couple I've seen. I've got one dated January 8th from that came out from Citizens for Constitutional Freedom. Would that be the most accurate?
Well, the date on the original one would have been in December.
Okay, I think I have that one that was posted online.
Yes.
Okay, I have that one, and then I also have another one in January. Is there, just so I know I'm looking at the right ones for references, is there going to be a difference between the two, or is there a better reference for me, or take them both independently?
I actually would take them both independent. They both have good, concerns, but a lot of them are duplicated as well. So.
I looked at the one yesterday from Citizens for Constitutional Freedom, and in the second request, you're talking. There's information about misconduct by the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes.
And, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm looking at a part of it that there's a concern with the U.S. Attorney's Office not providing discovery to the defense.
Okay.
Is that part of it? Are you familiar with that part?
Yeah, well, one piece of it is the trial went on for 8 days, and the prosecuting attorney presented for around 6 of those days, and the defense presented only 1 day. And there was some decisions there that did not favor, the Hammonds, and so yeah, that certainly is a concern.
I understand that part of it. What I'm looking at though, there's a statement that there's a witness that was interviewed, and the information for that witness was not provided to the defense.
That is correct.
That is correct. Has that information been presented to the Hammonds attorney?
Yes, and he will not work with us. Almost as if there's something deeper going on. Even at Susie Hammond's request, he still would not produce the documents that proved that Papagni gave him that information. Almost as if there's a protection there of attorney protection. And that's one of the pieces that we intend on pressing much harder. Also could be one of the pieces, that you guys press, because that absolutely is a concern of ours, a huge concern. That one is the evidence itself is incriminating to the Bureau of Land Management, because it's 2 witnesses that saw them start the fires around the Hammonds property when they blamed it on lightning. Second, that Papagni knew about it, knew about the witnesses, actually went to their homes and interviewed them, and then never ever were they contacted again. The witnesses were never contacted again. And then we go digging into it, and the Hammonds lawyers, basically wouldn't disclose anything.
So they didn't confirm whether they had it or not. They just wouldn't disclose anything to you.
Correct, one way or the other. And Susie Hammond requested that they disclose those things to us.
Has she got copies? Has she asked for the disclosure? Did they not disclose that to Susie?
Susie gave basically authority to her attorneys to disclose that to us. That was done through a phone call, but so it was not done in written. But basically, Susie didn't want, client privilege to keep him from disclosing that to us. Excuse me. And so the question is still there. Did Papagni disclose that information to the Hammonds attorney or not? And if he didn't, then there's a problem there, of course. if he did, then we are wondering why in the world would the Hammond's attorney not use that information. I mean, it's so pertinent. So, yeah, just in that point alone, Chris, that's a concern we have. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's one thing I look at for, I'm not an attorney, but my experience working cases and discoveries, it's a responsibility for us, and it's for the prosecution. So that's something that I looked at that raised, that really caught my attention on this. It's something, it may be something they haven't had to look at through an attorney, or that's a better question for a lawyer, but that would be, that's something that's tangible, that's specific in there that could really be talked about pretty quickly. So I just wanted to ask some questions about that to see what else is known about that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I know. I did talk to the witness myself. I have his witness recorded on audio. And so, that part is solid. I did talk to the Hammond's lawyer, and his name is Larry Manazar. And
Can I get a pen real quick, Hammond, so I know how to spell that?
sure.
It's going to be Larry. Can you spell the last name for me?
You know what? I got to spell it out myself. It is just how you spell Matazar, Larry Matazar. Matazar.
Where is he? Burns, or is he somewhere else?
I am uncertain. I want to say Pendleton, but I'm not certain. It may be Bend. I really don't know where he's at.
Okay, I can try to look that up. Okay, well, it sounds like you're talking about you think it would be a good idea for us to talk to people of Harney County directly to address their concerns of our being impartial about the investigation.
Absolutely.
We'd have to probably talk further, and I'll go back to talk to my man about that, see what kind of how that would work, what that would look like. We could talk again about trying to work out some specifics for that.
Okay. Well, let me know.
How about you have time we can talk just briefly tomorrow? We can kind of catch up, try and get this thing going.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Actually 11 is probably okay again.
Okay. Well, let's plan on talking again for tomorrow.
All right. Thanks.
Take time. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, folks, here we go.
If you don't have a felony warrant and no weapons, they'll let you out. He's going back out and trying to take people. They want to go with him. But you gotta hurry up and decide, apparently.
Good morning. My name is Greg Bretzing. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI here in Oregon. For the past month, the FBI, along with our partners with the Harney County Sheriff's Office, the Oregon State Police, and the many other state, federal, and local agencies that we have been working with, have had a very deliberate and measured response. We have worked diligently to bring the situation at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge to a peaceful end. But because this is an ongoing investigation, there are many specifics we cannot talk about at this time. There are still people illegally occupying Malheur Refuge at this point. I will say that the armed occupiers have been given ample opportunity to leave the refuge peacefully. They have been given opportunities to negotiate. As outsiders to Oregon, they have been given the opportunity to return to their families and to work through the normal legal process to air their grievances. Instead, these individuals have chosen to threaten and intimidate the America they profess to love, and through criminal actions bring these consequences upon themselves. Yesterday, the FBI, with our partners, took the first steps to bring this occupation to a conclusion. We worked to ensure that we could do so peacefully and safely, out of harm's way of the citizens here in the county, removing the threat of danger from anybody who might be present. We continue to work to empty the refuge of those who continue to illegally occupy the refuge and remove them in the safest way possible. 8 people were arrested, and 1 man died yesterday as we attempted to take him into custody. Because there is an ongoing investigation by the Deschutes County Major Crimes Team on part of the Oregon State Police involving this process, I cannot comment on the details.
Of course.
Or on the specifics.
Of course.
I would, however, ask for your patience as this shooting investigation goes through this normal outside process.
Yeah, we want to know.
The medical examiner's office will release the identity of the decedent, and the Oregon State Police will then be able to address the details of the event.
Boy, where have these guys been? Not on the news.
Let me be clear.
Not on the real news.
It is the actions and choices of the armed occupiers of the refuge that has led us to where we are today. They had ample opportunity to leave the refuge peacefully. And as the FBI and our partners have clearly demonstrated, actions are not without consequences. Containment roadblocks are now in place around the refuge. The disruption to the good people of Harney County that they've had to endure for the last several months will continue for a while longer. If the people on the refuge want to leave, they're free to do so through the checkpoints where they will be identified. If they have questions or concerns, they can contact the negotiators on the telephone number that has been provided to them. As I conclude, I want to share my promise to the citizens of this county, to the people who live here, who work here, who are raising their families here, that we will continue to look for safe, peaceful procedures and how to bring this to a peaceful conclusion. We recognize that the sooner we do so, the sooner this community can begin to heal. Thank you.
Okay, guys, this is Mark Connors on American Media Interviews.
Good morning. My name is Bill Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney for the District of Oregon. I've been coming to this county for the last 15 years on behalf of the U.S. Attorney's Office for various work-related responsibilities. And through that time, I'm keenly aware of the concerns that are important to this community. I have seen firsthand the passion in this community that it has for its way of life. Clearly, this has been disrupted by the armed occupation. The FBI, Harney County Sheriff's Office, Oregon State Police, Oregon Sheriff's Association, and numerous law enforcement agencies from around the state have been working very hard to resolve this situation in a peaceful manner, to stop the threats to public safety and to end the significant disruption.
I honestly have to stop this just for a second and run my retarded mouth here for a second, but so far all I've seen is lies. And it's very clear by the last call that I played between Eamon and the FBI just before this went down and they went into town to talk to these people that this was all bait. And now Judge Grassi has his pound of flesh. Everybody's scattered. Everybody's gone. One very good man, as far as I'm concerned, is dead. Eamon was injured, was wounded. Bunch of people in jail. And this Judge Grassi or DeGrassi or whatever the hell his name is got his pound of flesh and can start throwing dirt back over the corruption in the county. We will get to the bottom of this. And I will continue to do this until I get to the bottom of this one way or another. You can troll me or say what a jerk I am. Hey, I am a self-admitted asshole and a total jerk. And I don't trust anybody. You know, people think I should just trust them when they call in or whatever. Just trust what they say. Just trust me. Just trust me. You know, but after doing this for 5 years, I've learned really not to trust too many people at all, especially if I haven't looked in their eyes and shook their hands. And that's just me. But anyway, we'll continue with this. Sorry for the interruption.
This has caused to the people of Harney County. We continue working towards resolution and will do so with the primary goal of restoring normalcy to this community and highlighting the already existing cooperative efforts of local and federal partners in this county to address their own issues, both locally, federally, and state. There are currently 8 people in custody, 7 in Oregon, 1 in Arizona. They will have their initial appearance here in Oregon for the 7 in Oregon at 1:30 p.m. before a federal magistrate. At some time in the future, the defendant in Arizona will come to Oregon for future court proceedings. As Mr. Bretzing announced last night on behalf of the FBI, these 8 people were arrested for the federal felony offense of conspiracy to impede officers of the United States from discharging their official duties through the use of force, intimidation, or threats. This is an ongoing investigation, and we will not be commenting on the case. Instead, we will let the publicly filed documents in the case speak for themselves. In closing, I want to thank the federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement officers and agents who are working very well together to support this community and this effort. I want to thank the people of Harney County and the Burns Paiute tribe for their patience and their passion for returning this community to normalcy. We will continue working around the clock until this matter is appropriately resolved. Thank you.
Okay, you guys are watching the Connors Report coming to you live from Burbank Studios in Los Angeles, California. We are now watching the press meeting, and here comes the sheriff.
Good morning, I'm Sheriff Dave Ward. I've been working on peaceful resolution to this problem since November 5th, when several of the individuals arrested yesterday came into my office. They had ultimatums that I couldn't meet. I'm here to uphold the law. I'm disappointed that a traffic stop yesterday that was supposed to bring peaceful resolution to this ended badly. Multiple agencies, law enforcement agencies, put a lot of work into putting together the best tactical plan they could to take these guys down peacefully and find some resolution to these issues that we're.
A little commentary. Notice how he said that, and did you see his body language? Take these guys down. So the intention was to take these guys down. That's not peacefully. Taking somebody down is not peacefully. Any soldier going into the field knows if you're sent out to take somebody down, that means it's not dead or alive, it's dead.
Going through in our community. It didn't have to happen. We all make choices in life. Sometimes our choices go bad. The occupation at the refuge and the actions of some of the folks down there have created a lot of stress in our community. It hasn't just been isolated to the refuge. I think that's a point that gets missed quite a bit. Some of these folks have spent a lot of time in town trying to stir some issues within the community. If it was as simple as just waiting out some folks down there to get out of some buildings, we could have waited a lot longer. But this has been tearing our community apart. It's time for everybody in this illegal occupation to move on. There doesn't have to be bloodshed in our community. If we have issues with the way things are going in our government, we have a responsibility as citizens to act on those in an appropriate manner. We don't arm up. We don't arm up and rebel. We work through the appropriate channels. This can't happen anymore. This can't happen in America, and it can't happen.
That's probably what King George told George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and the rest of those lot.
In Harney County. Thank you.
Okay, guys, that was Sheriff David Ward.
So much more than me.
They won't fit the AR.
Where's that going at?
But here is.
All right, we're back with Defend Your Base, and I don't know what 6 guys out there are going to do, but they may end up martyrs.
Where's that seal gun that you
But
have?
there's a lot of blood on a flag, and
big green
there may be
truck.
more martyrs. So
that one gun up.
I don't know what to say. While we got this
Oh,
going,
yeah,
I'll
it's over
bring in
there.
Sherry in just a few minutes, and we'll discuss more details if we have.
Seals guys had.
Those are the mags. I do believe go with that.
Them fit your. Sean, all right.
You can get the excavator, but we don't have a key. Give me suggestions, Zoe.
Anybody got a 45 pistol? You do?
Yeah. You identify this side on? About the truck.
Okay. Carl, man. Paid off with my fucking 45, so there you go.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm not doing all right.
Well, I'm doing better than LaVoy.
Yeah. You're probably going to be hearing some background noise. I'm also running Defend Your Base. They're running a live stream from the refuge, and there are a bunch of us out there capturing and rebroadcasting this just so if something happens, it doesn't disappear into the wind. You know what I'm saying?
Who's recording from the refuge?
It's the YouTube channel is called Defend Your Base, all one word.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, I'm getting a lot of questions in our YouTube chat with the update, and I keep trying to post your article from this morning. It won't let me post the freaking link, even in my own chat, which is freaking stupid. But anyway, you want to just go ahead and crack your article open and just give us a read on that? And just kind of catch everybody up, because we have a lot of people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have a lot of people coming in. They keep going, what's going on? What's going on? And it's like, I have retyped what's going on with a 200 character limit 7,000 times today, and It's getting a little exhausting.
Okay, the article from this morning is entitled What We Know So Far. Tuesday, January 26, several members of the Citizens for Constitutional Freedom were traveling from the Harney County Resource Center, formerly known as the Malheur Wildlife Refuge, to the town of John Day for a community meeting. Grant County Sheriff Glenn Palmer was expected to be in attendance. The group was traveling in 2 vehicles. While en route at about 4:25 p.m., multiple FBI agents, Grant County Sheriff Glenn Palmer, and Oregon State Police, armed with long rifles, made a traffic stop of the group. During this traffic stop, Ryan Payne had his hands out of the vehicle to indicate his cooperation. A shot was fired at the vehicle at that time. Lavoy Finicum got out of the vehicle and kept his hands in the air. Finicum was not armed at this time and repeated that fact to the law enforcement group. Finicum was shot while in the surrender position. He was shot again after he was on the ground. Lavoy Finicum has died. Multiple shots were fired on the vehicle. Reports indicate that no shots were fired from the vehicle or the group. Several people were taken into custody and arrested. They include Ammon Bundy, Ryan Bundy, Brian Cavalier, Shauna Cox, and Ryan Payne. Reports include Ryan Bundy was wounded. He was treated, released, and taken into custody. In a separate event in Burns at approximately 5:50, Oregon State Police arrested Joseph O'Shaughnessy from Cottonwood, Arizona. Peter Santilli was also arrested in Burns. All of the named defendants face a federal felony charge of conspiracy to impede officers of the United States from discharging their official duties through the use of force, intimidation, or threats in violation of Title 18, United States Code Section 372. Additionally, John Ritzheimer turned himself into police in Peoria, Arizona. The law enforcement partners involved in the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge will hold a press conference at 10:30. Wednesday, Lavoy Finicum was killed one day before his 56th birthday. His wife traveled from Arizona to spend the time with him. Finicum, speaking on Resistance Radio's Blog Talk on Monday, said he relaxed a bit over the weekend, visited with his wife, but could sense heightened activity from federal law enforcement. Definitely a lot of saber-rousing going on around us, Finicum said on the radio blog Monday. I do believe they're positioning themselves. There's definitely a hardening of their postures. They're bringing in more assets. They're doing a lot of saber rattling. We're just moving forward. Then I included an audio interview with a woman that was in the car at the time of the arrest. And then there was an update provided by John Jacob Schmidt of Radio Free Readout that says anyone who wanted to leave was given an 0400 hours Pacific deadline. Most of the men, almost all the women, and all of the children were given safe passage out of the refuge. The last of those who wanted to leave were out by 0230 hours. A live streaming feed from the refuge was going throughout the night, provided by David Fry, who maintains a YouTube channel titled Defend Your Base. In the background, voices announcing here they come and they're coming in could be heard. At that time, David Fry announced he had to go man his post, but would leave the live feed on. One voice could be heard announcing that they could see silhouettes. At exactly 0400 hours Pacific, the feed went dead. At this writing, there are 6 members of the original group still holding the refuge and stating that they will make a stand, but would not fire the first shot. At this time, a raid is apparently underway, and all communications from the refuge have gone dark. There was reportedly at least one woman who chose to stay and stand, and she was described as being pregnant. No further information at this time at 0417 hours Pacific. That's all I had in that article.
Right.
I have done one other article this afternoon.
Go ahead and read.
It was based on it's based on the press conference that they gave. It's entitled "Government Blames Protesters for Finicum Death." And it reads, at a joint press conference today in Harney County, Oregon, Sheriff David Ward admitted that the traffic stop scenario was all an elaborate hoax to draw out the protesters' leadership. Harney County Sheriff David Ward said he was, quote, disappointed that the carefully planned traffic stop that was meant to bring a peaceful resolution to the weeks-long occupation ended badly. We don't arm up and rebel. We work through the appropriate channels, Ward continued. This can't happen anymore. This can't happen in America, and it can't happen in Harney County.
And you did
FBI special agent in charge. Go ahead.
And Sherry, you did notice that actually, if you go back and carefully watch that again, he said they were out there to take them down. Now, in military mumbo jumbo lingo, however you want to put it, to take somebody down is to put them down.
Yes, I understand.
So
I will be going back over that, and I'm going to write up a transcript of it, I believe, first chance I get. I've got more here. FBI Special Agent in Charge Greg Britzing placed the blame for the situation squarely on the protesters. Quote, it is the actions and choices of the armed occupiers of the refuge that have led us to where we are today, Britzing said. The armed occupiers were given ample opportunities to leave peacefully. He stated they chose instead to threaten the very America they profess to love with violence, intimidation, and criminal acts. I'm waiting for a statement from Sheriff Glenn Palmer of Grant County. It's been reported that he was part of this, quote, tactical plan, as Ward described it. Though he has professed to be a constitutional sheriff, one wonders if his actions stood up to his words. There are eyewitness reports that Lavoy Finicum was cooperating with law enforcement and was standing in a surrender position when he was shot multiple times. There are additional reports that Finicum made it clear that he was not carrying any weapon. I would very much like to question the law enforcement officers that were a part of this traffic stop. I understand they were all armed with long guns and were lying in wait for the cars to arrive. If they believed that an unarmed protester was a serious threat against all their firepower, I wonder what else they are preparing for. Finicum was killed on Tuesday afternoon, one day before his 56th birthday. Ammon Bundy, along with 4 others, were arrested at the scene of the traffic stop along Highway 395 north of Burns. 2 more people were arrested the same day in Burns in connection with this incident, and an 8th man turned himself into Arizona police and will be transported back to Oregon. And then I ended with a quote from Lavoy. There are some things more important than your life, and freedom is one of them. That's about as far as I've got so far on this particular incident.
Now we're trying to get you back out there. We're waiting on some other integral details to be taken care of, which I'm working on. Nobody's answering their phones today, Sherry.
I noticed that myself.
But
yeah, I noticed that one.
Yeah, but press is press, and we are press. I personally support the Oath Keepers. I support anyone that stands up for freedom. But as much, and I said this earlier, as much as I don't like Pete Santilli, the fact that they arrested him was just stupid. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is just all gone beyond the pale. I mean, in some
yeah,
way,
it's a.
So there's now no one.
It's kind of a conflict.
Yeah. Yeah, there's officially no one out there reporting but mainstream media now. The entire narrative is now under control of the government.
Yes.
And if we don't get somebody
And I
out
do
there,
have a serious.
yeah, if we don't get somebody out there to catch the lies on video, we're probably not doing our job, Sherry.
I'm very concerned about LeBoy's death being in vain.
Yeah, and me
He
too.
gave his life.
Me too. And Oath Keepers might
You know,
not.
he
Oath Keepers may not pay your hotel bill if you just go out there, but I guarantee you, our listeners will support you getting out there for a couple of days and trying to get to the bottom of what the hell's going on. Anyway, go ahead, Sherry. Sorry.
No, that's all right. You keep talking. This I like it when you and I talk back and forth. It gives me a lot to think about.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, like I say, press is press, and we try to work with everybody, but um, I just
What have you heard from the?
I haven't heard anything from anybody. I talked to Jason a little bit this morning,
All right.
and he caught me up on a couple of things I can't go into great detail, but has nothing to do with you. And then he had to go to town
Right.
and pick up supplies and stuff like that. I think he's thinking about going out there. And there are a lot of us that are wanting to go out there. I know, and there's nothing that anybody can do to stop this. There's a couple of small militias in Kentucky that are mobilized, and in Tennessee, and I'm like, guys, probably not a good idea because, that's where they are. Go to Texas. Let's create a stand in Texas or somewhere else. There's a freaking federal army up there now, and apparently they're not afraid to kill people. So going to Harney County, Oregon is kind of stupid right now. It's just not a good idea as far as the militia goes. But for press, the story needs to be
Well,
done.
let me ask you a question.
Okay.
I need to ask you a question.
Okay.
Somebody suggested that the 3%ers are making a call to action to get people out there. Have you heard anything about that?
I heard Brandon more or less kind of imply from that live anonymous radio or something like that. He said that to me earlier, and I listened to some of that. But I listened to that, but I haven't seen anything else. But again, I'm so consumed. It's like every time I try to get on the internet and start looking for stuff, I'm kind of dependent on you right now and Shannon to sort through the hay for the needle because I'm so busy answering phones and.
Well, I'm getting you stuff. I'm getting you stuff as fast as I can.
I know.
I'm trying.
Yeah,
Looking for this one actually, because if he said it, it's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, the biggest problem I'm having right now is I also got listeners that think I'm going to withhold updates as I get them. They're calling me at home and on my Skype to get an update, a personal update. It's like, Fox News call people when they have an update? Does any news outlet call people at home with a...
Are you Fox News?
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying, though. Does any kind of news, does any kind of media service...
I do, but that's such a bad analogy. Oh, hold on. I may have found something here.
It'd be like me calling my local FM station and going, hey, before you do anything on air, could you call me first and let me know what the news is? And God love them.
Okay.
We have a lot of great listeners, and I understand they want to know, but, we bring it out to everybody as soon as we get it. And I've got a lot of troll issues right now, too, which is very frustrating.
Yeah.
425. I have no idea why. If they're calling me, go on Studio A. I just don't know. I'm not answering calls right now. It seems like every time I get a call lately, it's somebody trolling what we're doing on YouTube and the Hawk's Nest. Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh,
Okay, I found a post on a private page that is asking for people to go to Burns for a couple of days.
okay.
I don't know how official this is. I know who it came from, but that doesn't mean, if they haven't posted it on public pages, that makes me wonder.
Right. Okay, well, Sherry, as far as Sherry, as far as I'm concerned, you should go. If you feel safe going and you've got somebody to go with you, nobody's shooting at the press.
And I do.
Do what?
I do have somebody to go with me.
All right. Nobody's shooting at the press. Yeah, they may not like the press, but nobody's shooting at the press. I don't think there's anything to make you unsafe. Just stay away from the damn refuge. They got roadblocks set up. You're not going to get out there anywhere. Anyway, they're the guys out. The 6 guys that are left at the refuge are calling for somebody to come stand with them, but nobody can get there. Anybody going there would have to go by horseback or something. So.
Right. Well, I have an appointment at dinner time, and if they, and by the end of that, Brett and I will make a decision on it.
Right.
But, and we'll let you know. How does that sound?
And I'm sure we can get this funded. I see no reason. Do what?
Well, it's an important appointment because it's an important appointment. It's with an advertiser. It might give me something to fund some of this with.
All right, there you go.
And speaking of that, hey folks, I need funding on Readout News, so give me a plug there. Maybe we can get some funding for this trip.
All right, so, give me your website and spell it out.
If we can get. It is readoutnews.com. REDOUBTNEWS.com. News for the American Readout.
There you go. Yeah, the other day I'm glad you can write well because I suck at it. I tried to write one line on our video and I spelled it REBOUBT before I discovered it like an hour into the show. I'm Captain Fat Finger Typo.
Well, that just.
What?
You can fix that with spell check.
Well,
you can fix that with spell check.
Yeah, I know, but it was actually on the YouTube video, and the program I used to do it doesn't have spell check, and I didn't notice it until I'm like, oh my god, I put a B instead of a D. Jesus freaking Christ! I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to typing. And then if I use one of those things where you talk and it types, that even comes out worse. And you ought to see what happens when I use autocorrect. Yeah, I was typing something.
Oh, I hate autocorrect.
Yeah, I was typing something about I don't remember what it was. I'm a chef and people are always asking me for recipes, and basically I was given a recipe, and by the time autocorrect was done, I think it was an article from the Constitution or something. I don't even know what came out. It was just ridiculous. It's like, what the hell? I didn't type this. All right, Sherry. Well, let me know what's going on. Keep me in the loop.
I will. I will.
When you're ready to go, let me know. I got 2 bills that somebody's already funded to get you on the road.
Oh, how awesome are they? Yep. Well, we will let you know within the next couple of hours.
All right, no problem.
And I'm going to say, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody.
All right. Thanks a lot,
Bye.
Sherry. Talk to you later. Bye. All right. That was Sherry from Readout News. Go ahead and bring the volume back up on the people that are sitting out there at the refuge. Off air again.
Our children. God. Ready? Sweet.
If it's live or not.
Live stream all that.
These guys were doing really good all night, and then all of a sudden, it all just went to hell. They moved their camera, so there you go. Got a picture of the big sky of Oregon. About all I got to offer right now until I have something else. Back as soon as I have something else.
children.
We got ready.
Sweet. Now let's not live stream all that because then we'll know what numbers. Okay, who's going for what? children. God.
Ready?
Sweet. Now let's not live stream all that because then we'll have our numbers. Okay, who's going for what?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Freedom Fighter Times. Eyewitness: Oregon militiaman murdered by cops. He had his hands in the air. Daughter: he was shot in the face. The daughter of Lavoy Finicum, the Oregon militiaman shot dead by police during a traffic stop on Highway 395. It was not a traffic stop, it was an ambush. Claims that her father was murdered, execution style, with his hands in the air. An account backed up by an eyewitness to the incident. Multiple eyewitnesses to the incident, actually. Protesters involved in the weeks-long occupation of a federal wildlife refuge in Oregon, including leader Ammon Bundy, were apprehended by law enforcement as they traveled to the city of John Day to attend a community meeting set up by local residents. Everyone obeyed orders to surrender except two people, Lavoy Finicum and Bundy's brother, Ryan Bundy, a law enforcement official told CNN. Media reports about the incident simply state that shots were fired, although Finicum's daughter, Thara Lynn Tenney, posted a message on her Facebook page last night asserting that her father had already surrendered before he was gunned down. And that's not the only account that I've heard of this. It's been multiple. I want the world to know how my father was murdered today. His hands were in the air and he was shot in the face by the American authorities. Ammon Bundy reported that there are 6 witnesses to this evil, wrote Tenney. Let me keep going. Her testimony was echoed by another eyewitness, Victoria Sharp, who was in the car with Finicum when the group were pulled over by cops and federal agents. Sharp claims that Finicum put his hands out of the car window and asked the police to allow the women to leave the car. They shot at him, but they missed him, said Sharp, adding that the group then attempted to drive away in the car, but were shot at again by police. When we crashed and stopped for a second, he got out of the car. He had his hands in the air. He's like, just shoot me then. And they did. They shot him dead, said Sharp. He was just walking with his hands in the air, I swear, and they shot him dead. And after he was down on the ground, shot him 3 more times, said Sharp, adding that the vehicle was again bombarded with bullets, as well as tear gas rounds. Sharp says that the group tried to find something white, so they could display it as a sign of surrender. She challenges news reports that only 6 shots were fired, asserting they shot at least 120 shots altogether. Sharp also claims that none of the individuals in the car pulled out a gun at any point and that the incident was an ambush with the FBI snipers in the trees surrounding the vehicle. They had their hands out of the window to show they were not firing. Nothing. We showed no aggression at all, said Sharp. Sharp's testimony is contradicted by another individual who said he spoke to Ammon Bundy's security guard and that Lavoy Finicum had charged at police officers after he exited the vehicle. Protesters who remain at the occupied federal building have vowed to continue their stance as authorities continue to insist they want a peaceful resolution to the matter. I have actually not heard that he had charged. I had actually heard he was on his knees. As far as the biggest update I got right now is that the Pacific Patriot Network, they are waiting for a release of information, I believe, about what exactly took place. There is one confirmation I can offer you, and that confirmation is they were not armed. In fact, Lavoy Finicum, his guns are still at the refuge. Let me read that to you real quick. Well, hang on. Let me read you the updates from IntelliHub. Update 11:43 a.m. Helicopter flew in from the west and is making passes. Militia could be heard saying, "Take cover." The chopper appears to be well equipped, no call letters, and has a camera on the front. Update 9:24 a.m. All media outlets have left under instruction of the FBI in preparation for an all-out battle. Can't have cameras on this, can they? Update 9:01 a.m. Shots fired at drone in the air, eyes in the sky. That was the militia that was shooting the drone. Update 8:55 a.m. One militia member, the one who called his mom, has now called for all military and all patriots to come get some and fight for your country. The man said, if law enforcement try to stop you from coming, kill them. That is a very bold statement from the people that are on the ground there. Who knows what's going to happen in the coming days? But I want to talk about what did take place. They got psyoped. The Bundys got a little cocky, and they got psyoped. The feds, the police, they all were slowly backing off, and the Bundy, Ammon Bundy was talking to the Fed, Chris, and negotiations. Things were looking up. They were looking like it was, they were going to talk it out. Finally, after all this time, going through the proper channels, trying to figure out what to do next, or how can we come to a peaceful resolution. The police had backed off. Some of the militia members had gone home because they wanted to visit their families and so on and so forth. And that's when they struck. That's when the Fed struck. They psyoped them into thinking that this is going to end peacefully. There's going to be no violence. And then wham. Out of nowhere. Like a freight train. As for what comes in the near future, who knows? It's all kind of dependent on what exactly took place with Lavoy Finicum, and as well as what happens at the refuge now. If they Waco the place, I don't exactly know if it can be a Waco'd anymore, because it's supposedly all the women and children are gone. I've got confirmation of seeing a woman there, but she was prepared to fight too. So that all being said, I will keep you guys updated. If you want to see the latest updates, make sure you check out the link in the source description, because that is where I've got a continually updated page, as well as a couple audio players, which I'll continually update, and as well as a video player, which will always be continually updated. As well as I've got live footage on the ground in Oregon, in Burns, Oregon. I want to thank you guys for watching and listening. God bless and carry on.
Our children. Our children. God.
Ready?
Sweet. Now let's not live stream all that, because then we'll have numbers. Okay, who's going for what?
But if you don't kick them out now,
Yeah.
why would you not kick them out when
Yeah.
I think his heart's in the right place, his fortitude is.
Maybe he just doesn't understand. He was appointed, not elected. And maybe there were some strings on that one. Maybe,
No, I do know that he's a lot better than the last sheriff.
Really?
The last sheriff, something about a fire and the evidence locked 40 pounds of cocaine. So,
That would have been a fun story to cover.
small town, and here you go.
Yeah.
But this county has a lot of good people,
Mhm.
even people who don't like us, but we still extend our hand to them. And I think,
That's me. My voice goes.
Do we have any other questions from any ham operators for Jamie out there before we sign off? All right, the recap is we have a live phone call from Burns, Oregon, and like I said, there's been a shooting. They've had multiple arrests. I think they've arrested about 8 people, haven't they, Jamie? Yes. 8 people, including the Ammon brothers, Bundy brothers, They shot one of the Bundys. They killed another guy, and they've arrested a whole bunch of others. In fact, they arrested Jamie. They arrested old Captain Joe. We talked to him. Yep. He was down at the down at one of the restaurants we talked to. He was eating a pizza, and we talked to him. He was getting ready to head out of town, and they arrested Captain Joe. That's Shanessi, I guess it is. Then we arrested old Joe. Anyway, do you have a question? Do you have a question for Jamie? He's on the air live from Burns, Oregon. Go ahead. All right. Anyway, where are you from there? Anyway, so I can tell Jamie, where are you? The last comment there. Where are you calling from? Are you calling from where? Upstate New York. There you go, Jamie, from upstate New York. And anyway, he didn't have a whole lot to say about the FBI. Give him a third finger for the FBI, and God bless America. Anyway, he's full for all you people out there, Jamie.
It's time for the patriots of this nation to stand. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. My town is under military lockdown.
Military lockdown.
Military lockdown. There are green armored trucks driving through my town as we speak. They have locked down any routes out of my hometown. We cannot leave.
We can't leave?
No, we cannot leave. They've locked down towards Bend. They've locked down towards Shawn Day and towards Crane. They've locked down any exit route for anybody. And what's going on the news is completely twisted and false. The people here did not show any form of aggression towards anybody. And now a man is dead who was standing for our rights. He did not have a gun in his hand. He had his hands in the air, and they shot him in cold blood. That is murder of an American citizen on American soil. This has got to stop. Question. These are American citizens, our neighbors. This has got to stop. And the only way it's going to stop if we stop as a nation is the information needs to get out there. I gave my email address. I haven't received one email request. People need to know about it.
So anyway, give us that email address.
My email address is omatlan, OMAALAN @gmail.com.
At what? Mail?
Gmail.
Oh, Gmail.
At gmail.com.
All right, and that's OMAALAN?
1 minute at a time. OMAALAN @gmail.com.
OMAAT?
Yes.
I got the T. I didn't put the T in there. TLAN
at Gmail.
At gmail.com. Okay. I don't know whether you gave that. Did you give that out the other night?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Give it out one more time so people can write it down. Give it out.
It's OMAATLAN @gmail.com.
That's OMAATLAN @gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have any other questions from any of you people out there listening? KI4CHY, Captain Dave. Like I said, Jamie is in Burns, Oregon. A live hookup with Burns. Do we have any other questions for Jamie? Go ahead.
Question, KC9FCY.
Go ahead there, KC9 station. Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, sir, I do. Is Idaho militia still there, or are they still armed?
He wants to know if the Idaho militia is still there, Jamie.
Yes, they are.
Are they still armed? Where are you calling from there, ham operator? Where are you?
It's KC9 Foxtrot Victory Yankee. I'm in Rock Falls, Wisconsin.
So he's up in Wisconsin there, Jamie. So anyway, the ham operator in Wisconsin has, wanted to know if the Idaho militia was still there, and you answered yes. Do you have any other comment about that, Jamie? Go ahead.
They've arrested most of the leaders in this situation, but we're still here. They're still here. There's still people. There's still women and children and people at the refuge. And from what I see, they're not planning to go in and take them and do anything peaceful. The amount of military that has come and is now running my town is absurd. They have all the roads blocked. The only ones that had to come in, from what I've heard, is the media. And that is it.
All right. Anyway, back to you in Wisconsin. Do you have any other questions for Jamie? Go ahead.
Yes, I have a follow-up question. Are they still armed?
Are they still armed, Jamie?
Is the militia still armed?
Right.
Of course they're still armed. They're exercising their Second Amendment right. I understand.
Any other questions from up in Wisconsin? Go ahead.
I was just curious if they tried to disarm them yet. I have no other questions. Thank you, KC9FDY.
All right. From the great state of Wisconsin, thank you. Do we have another question for Jamie in Burns, Oregon? Any other ham operator out there? Like I said, we're not going to be up here too much longer. Like I said, a real precarious situation in Burns, Oregon, and like I said, we're only going to be in here a few more minutes. Any other ham operator have a question for Jamie in Burns, Oregon? Come on in here, KI4THY.
K0AXE, I got a question for Jamie.
Go ahead, John in Colorado. Go ahead.
Hey, Jamie. Like Dave says, John out here in Colorado again. Yeah, I kind of had a tube from America here on amateur radio airways, so, and then even maybe a little bit further. So I appreciate it, man. Stay safe out there, K0AXE.
All right, go ahead. Other ham caller, go ahead.
Somewhere out there, some of these guys may be using credit cards out there for personal reasons, for food and whatnot. It may be if these people can get a list out there with names of people that are in the town, from the federal government, put it out there in a line somewhere. Kilo Ducky, 2 Charlie, but your whiskey.
What brought it on was the reason or anything come out there and that's without any the event that happened was our Miss Brown and the Biden tried pushing the federal government into coming in and doing something about it.
That is the Governor Kate Brown. Yep. And Charlotte with the Tioga Indian tribe. They sent out that big hot letter to Loretta Lynch.
2 letters. They sent out 2 letters.
Two letters to Loretta Lynch. Yeah. Okay.
There was no. The occupiers did absolutely nothing. No aggression. So when they arrested Hammond, he was on his way to a peaceful talk on day, and they shot and killed one murder. It was murder. His hands were in the air. They shot and killed one of his advisors. It's murder, and it's happening from our government on our soil.
All right. Anyway, back to you. KI4THY, back to you. Go ahead. The other ham caller, go ahead.
KD2 Charlie, just the whiskey. These guys might be using credit cards in their and whatnot to some point to feed themselves or do whatever, is it possible that these guys can be put out on a list, names from these occupiers?
Something about credit card use. I don't know what that was. Anyway, so we'll put you on hold a real week out there. Anyway, I got another strong station. Go ahead, other ham operator. Go ahead. The other stronger station. Go ahead. Now we had another station. Anyway, this guy. Let me answer this guy's question, Jamie. He was saying if they were, trying to trace them back by use of credit cards. Of course, you're in a business that uses a lot of credit cards. They may be doing a lot of tracing there.
We were told by several different sources that every electronic, every cell phone, every Wi-Fi, all of Burns was under surveillance.
So you're I want to tell everybody out there, if it's okay with you, Jamie, what you do. You work at a place that takes credit cards for fuel. Is that right?
Correct.
And so anyway, a lot of the people that filled up were not only, would you say, were not only federal people, but maybe militia people.
Of course. It seemed weird at first because they would come in waves. There would be FBI and federal coming through, and then there wouldn't be even a sheriff or a city cop or anybody around when 4 or 5 trucks of the Patriots were present. It was kind of an ongoing. All of us noticed whenever there was military, and that's what they are, the FBI and all them, right? From what I've seen, they are military. They are militarized. It is not this is no longer a peaceful resolve. They have declared war on American citizens. So
with those goddamn freaking military people and the FBI, if they use their credit cards,
I believe
on a list.
Yes, I believe that they were monitoring everything.
Monitoring credit card transactions for fuel or whatever, and where they came from.
Oh yes, I 100% believe that.
All right. Do we have another caller? Anyway, another ham station in there. KL4THY. Go ahead.
Expect to be arrested any day.
Anyway, had a double there. Anyway, do we have another question for Jamie? Anyway, this is KL4THY, and we are, like I said, we've got a live phone patch into Burns, Oregon here on the on this situation tonight, where they've had a person killed. It's made multiple arrests tonight out there, and as a result of the standoff at the bird refuge out there. Anyway, do we have another question we got Jamie on the phone patch here. Do we have any other ham operators? Will you please identify and then ask your question? Anyway, the band must be, I did not get that. Anyway, I just scared somebody out. But anyway, while we're waiting on that, as you said, Jamie, the town is kind of a lockdown, and this is something like out of a Stephen King movie. Or something under the dome. That they've had such a blackout, and you folks out there have been operating under all this stress. Go ahead, Jamie.
It is completely and totally. You can see the tension. You could feel the tension before the night happened. You could see it unfolding. I could feel it. And it was none of it was from these occupiers, or these patriots, or militia, whatever you want to call them. I felt no aggression, nothing. The only aggression that I felt from these FBI agents and these sheriffs. Not all of them, Don't get me wrong, but a good portion of the sheriffs that were here out of county were here because the possibility of action you could see from them. The confrontation I got into with the FBI agent when he refused to show me a badge. And now my scanner's going off. They're blocking cell phone coverage.
Are you calling on a cell phone?
No, I am not. This is a home phone.
Oh, great. That's good. We're on a home phone, too. And this is no cell phone. That's good.
They came across the scanner that they are now, that the FBI is now killing cell phone coverage.
All right, so we're glad we got you on here. You're, and to my knowledge, it's like I said, you may be the only one that's getting the word out here tonight.
Well, it needs to be heard. It needs to be heard by everybody.
All right, we're going to take a break here. KI4THY, and like I said, we got Jamie on the line, a landline, no cell phone, and we are, like I said, we're operating on AT&T landline here in Tennessee, and we're, like I said, we are located east of Lynchburg. KI4THY, of course, we've been a real outspoken critic of the Obama administration. A lot of this stuff going on. But anyway, we're going to take call-ins from other ham operators. So if you're still up late, it's a good night to be up late. So anyway, KI4THY, and so come on in here, and if you got a question for Jamie, he's on the air live from Burns, Oregon. Go ahead. We hear some people out in the distance. Anybody any closer? Any other? Is there anybody else? Any other ham operator got a question for Jamie? While we got him on the line in Burns, Oregon. KI4THY. Go ahead. I'm not able to pick him up there, Jamie. Anyway,
I will have the phone next to me at all times this evening.
All right.
You're more than welcome to call me.
Yeah, we probably need to call it a night. And you know, you're available after what? 9 o'clock or 9:30 Pacific.
Yeah.
Okay, after 9 or 9:30. Okay, we'll let you go. I think it's like I said, we don't have anybody else much. I'm not gonna get in here. And I think everything's been said. And we'll maybe holler at you tomorrow night. That'd be fine.
Yeah. Call me.
All right, Jamie. Thank you very much. You've been a real good sport about all this. Thank you. God bless Burns, Oregon, and all you people out there.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Good night.
Anyway, we're gonna untangle this wire mess here and get back to the microphone. Lord. Another great night. Anyway, let's get the KI4THY, Captain Dave, and we're gonna sign off. And hope everybody enjoyed our show, and we'll be back. And we appreciate all them other ham operators participating in Captain Dave's show call-in. Anyway, we'll be back possibly tomorrow night. And you know, we got to get to bed. We got to get up and watch that press conference in the morning. I'm not sure what time that press conference will be on the air. But anyway, I'm sure they're going to have a press conference. And anyway, a lot of people have been arrested, including some of the people we talked to Saturday night. If anybody else out there caught the Saturday night show, we had we talked to some of them Saturday night, and they've been arrested. But anyway. This is Captain Dave, KI4THY, saying 73, and I want to thank all the ham community out there. We'll be back here maybe tomorrow night. Anyway, 73 is KI4THY, QRT.
Well, good job there, Captain Dave. That was pretty badass, man. Good job.
Great job there,
Yeah, Dave, that really was good. Thanks, man. KC0OTO.
Thanks, Dave. W4AMP.
Oh, hey, Dave, could you do me a favor?
What could that be?
Can we get a Yowzer out here, maybe?
Yowzer. There you go. Yeah, like I said, we used to do this shit for a living. And we just enjoy doing it as a public service. That's what ham radio is supposed to be, as a public service when all else fails. And it seems to me that that's what's going on in Burns, Oregon. Those people out there, I mean, when all else fails, you got ham radio. So we need to have a good write-up on the ARRL publication, a QST magazine. I mean, Lord have mercy. Anyway, see you later, KI4THY.
Good job, Dave. There you go. And then just imagine all the hundreds of ham radio operators that recorded all of that, which will more than likely end up on YouTube. So, yeah, this is the United States of America out here, K0AC.
Good job, Dave. KC9FUI. Pretty sure you're on your knees right now, my brother.
Oh, and I'd like to give you a special thanks there, shitbag, for corming us the whole time, you freaking coward. So, yeah, you need to check yourself there, dude.
Be nice, yeah. Be nice. You know what white boy told me?
The white boy be keying down on your ass, and when you call me a white boy, you're extremely accurate. I am white as a sheet, man. But yeah, no, that was you made a pretty big ass of yourself there, and virtually you're the only one that broke the law. So I don't know what you're jumping up and down about, worrying about everybody getting busted. Hell, you didn't even think it was real phone calls, and you're still scared. So yeah, you're funny, dude. So yeah, good job on making an ass out of yourself, moron.
Screw you, goddamn liberal. Whoever told you swing that shit through his mouth. Be nice. You need to learn to be nice.
Oh, you mean be nice? So let's say we're out here doing this on the radio, and then all of a sudden you come in and start giving us a whole bunch of shit, and then we don't like it, and then we're the ones not being nice. Why don't you kind of take your own advice there, dude?
Because every other night you guys are not nice. Usually y'all talking smack. How does it feel? That's what I asked. How does it feel? I mean, how do you like it? Because you know what? I really appreciate Captain Dave for what he's doing tonight, you know, few nights, or last week. But normally it's about the, come on guys, you know that. So why you mad at me?
Because you're a corming, unidentified fucking coward, and so I just don't understand why you don't just spin the knob. There's all kinds of frequencies, man. I don't know if you paid attention when you got your license, or if you know what a band plan is. You can go online and look, like you could Google ARRL band plan, and there's a whole bunch of other frequencies where we're not, and you won't find us, and you can just go there, man, and eat static, or find some other one of your lib-turned Democratic buddies and have a good old time. But you come into our house and you're being disruptive and crying and whining like a bitch and showing everybody your yellow streak. I don't get it.
You don't bother me, I don't bother you. I just have my opinions. I say what I have to say, but, you know, I keep getting
radio. Oh, gnarly. Hello, radio. Hello, K0AXE. Oh, were you saying something?
That didn't work.
Oh, wait a minute. Were you talking? Were you talking? Were you trying to say something? What was that? Again? Were you trying to say something? Oh, were you trying to say something? Oh man, did you just get keyed down on? You know, I'm only running a 135-pound linear amplifier 9,000 feet above sea level on top of a mountain here. Did I accidentally squash you, sir?
The food, the water, the air.
Black people started fighting amongst themselves and stayed straight.
Come on there, Yellow. Just go ahead, man. It's your turn to talk. Go ahead. I'll let you talk. Go ahead. He's off 3860 down. Hey, did you recognize him? I recognize his voice, Mike. What's his call?
Don't fuck with me.
He's more than welcome to go ahead and transmit. Go ahead, Yellow. Oh, man. Did I key up on you again? Oh, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. It's your turn. Go ahead.
You know, there's up to people like that's what the fuck you are. You're a cabin boy.
Hello, radio. Oh, man. You're trying to overdrive that little SB200 you got there? You ain't getting over this radio. You ain't getting nowhere near this 135-pound console Henry at 9,000 feet out there. You ain't gonna do it, buddy. I appreciate the flowers there, Alabama. Yep, you're making the trip too, but yeah, Big Mouth there, libtard, who I call Yellow. That's his new name, is Yellow. Yellow needs to go buy a signal if he's gonna come out here and run with the big dogs. Yep. Yeah, old Yellow, we're gonna need to get a bigger signal. That's what you like. You ain't gonna get over me, man. You're just wasting your electricity. Just wasting your electricity. Hello, radio. Just keep talking, and then I'll keep squashing you. You're like a ketchup packet on the floor at McDonald's. I'll squash you down, man. That little SB200 there, your little pair of 572Bs just ain't gonna do nothing to this Henry, man. You can't come out here with a technician amp and act like you're gonna get over me. Your little 572Bs or your little 3811s there, they ain't gonna cut it, buddy. You ain't got the terrain. You ain't got the geographical location. You ain't got the amplifier, the radio, the microphone, the audio gear.
You have a good night.
Or the antenna to get over me. I'm sorry. It's too damn bad. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. Radio 123 12123. Hello. Hello, radio. You stumbled upon the wrong frequency. Do you even know where you're at? Do you have any idea what frequency you are on? He's off 3860. Well, he was just getting keyed on about 1 second ago, so... Well, maybe he's learning how to spin that knob. Hello. So what's up, Mikey? He's off 3860.
Hey everybody, Dutch Sense here. 4:35 p.m. Central Time on Sunday, January
Alright, looks like we're live. Again, but no chat. I don't know why there's no chat. I guess lots of thumbs up going on, so I guess people can see. But no chat, so I don't know. Guess it's gone. I guess they're ordering all the media to leave the area, so who knows what's going to happen.
Yep. David.
Eyes in the sky, Floyd.
Where?
I don't know, but we just recorded it.
Right there it is. Going in the air. Going in the air. I shot him. I shot him. And him. I didn't. That's a long ways up there. Yeah, they're over there looking again. Hold up, good. Not wanted. They brought it to us. Now we're gonna show them. They're reporting us as hostile. We will have snipers inboard. We were ordered to pull out. Getting in the field, Limson. Huh? Getting in the field, Limson. I didn't hear you. Getting in the field, Limson. Except for one more. That's Jason, that's his video. That's Jason's video. He's doing a good job of making them stick around. Wait! What are they saying? Move! Wait! Wait! Extract! Extract! Cut it out! Cut it out! Well, he won't extract it. I'll throw one run this way. Come forward, we gotta run. He's gonna extract that seal that's off. Oh! This is real moist. This is real militia. Your headshot's Repeat last transmission. Roger that. Good win.
Still alive. Still waiting on my brothers. I know there's en route. How many? Where they're coming from, I'm not going to say.
Why are you so far away from your rifle? Nothing going on. I'll be alright.
Could be any second.
Be any second for what?
You to get dropped right there, heading for your rifle.
know they got to hurry up and get her done because we got people coming.
Don't be afraid of those roadblocks. Drive up there and shoot them. They are dishonorable, not following their oath, not protecting American people. Good patriots fighting for our rights. They're the terrorists. You a militiaman? Come get some. It's what you've been training for, preparing for. We just happen to be the ones that had to step in it for you. Now we're here. We need you. We want you.
These I can use in mine, right?
2, 2, 3. Yep.
There that you have.
Put it over on the truck.
Is it that one right there?
No, it's over there on that big gray truck.
On the big gray truck.
Yeah, we brought that one gun up. That's in my,
Oh yeah, it's over there.
Navy SEALs guys had.
Those are the mags. I do believe go with that.
Them pictures.
Yep.
Sean. All right.
That's probably right where we're going to pull off. You can get the excavator, but we don't have a key. Give me suggestions, Zoe.
Anybody got a 45 pistol? You do?
Yeah.
You identify this sidearm? Fucking Carl made off with my fucking 45, so there you go.
Oh, I don't know.
Just ammo.
Yeah.
The truck is pistol, right?
Yeah. Wood out of. Park it up there.
He made off my mags.
We don't like this area, so we can make it look like somebody's up there with a vehicle.
I know.
Better fish.
When you guys go,
you're more than welcome to leave.
Truck with wood in it, I'll drop the wood off and take the truck up.
I'm just saying, you know.
Can't be fighting.
No, we weren't fighting.
Okay.
I was just telling him. I was asking what's wrong, and
Oh yeah,
I
good
said,
news
"Hey,
and bad
y'all-
news.
Are you driving?
We found the alcohol.
but it was empty.
But it was all gone. They were sure to empty that.
He's gonna, when he gets done unloading, he's gonna.
Oh, that's good. That's where I got a lot.
Can we get wood?
Who's
Yeah, he's gonna take it to the truck. And get the truck.
Now, let me ask you this: where are we gonna put the wood in the middle?
Yeah.
Then they can see us.
Yeah.
They can see us anyway, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's sit around, couple guys.
Right now, we're not occupying land. We're occupying land.
Maybe feels that
We
last.
ain't really that much to worry about what we're doing wrong.
Maybe we could put a fire over there.
Hey, can I?
Fire over there.
Oh,
What, baby?
Grab your weapon. Come over here.
Oh.
There's a dog.
Here, Sheriff.
Copy that.
There's a duffel bag, Sean.
Throw it in front of that car.
Are the seals still here? No, I believe they're gone.
You ready?
Yes. You ready?
Yep.
You want the picture first?
Hurry it up. Let's hurry it up.
Hold up. We're gonna do a picture. Come on.
Why don't we all just get in front of the live stream?
Yeah.
Right here,
Nobody's
what's up?
out. Make it quick.
All right.
Make it quick. We'll get one anyway, but this is for America in the future and our children. God.
Ready?
Sweet. Now let's not live stream all that because then all that numbers.
Okay, who's going for what?
Yeah.
Take two guys, please.
We got a truck over here we're gonna use, not that one.
Truck, a BLM truck down there is already loaded with a bunch of wood in the back of it.
Okay.
Is there keys to it?
I'm pretty sure there's usually in it, but
I don't think
Might
so.
be
Are
sketchy.
you walking over there?
don't take my truck.
Okay,
And
what's
he
our
can-
other
he can
option?
drive the
We
other
could
truck
take
back.
that truck right there.
Well, y'all go ahead.
Because if that
No. Okay, I'm not bad. John, you always tomatoes in believe.
Result that they want, and that is for people to hate Pete so much that they will levy a death threat against him. We were able to show proof of that, by the way, in court, that and to the officer that there were legitimate death threats against him and myself. And when we got pulled over, I mean, there was nothing fake about that. You know, they ran his plate and they ran his, driver's license, and it hit the terror watch list. It pinged, and when Pete was honest about having a gun, and the officer did what officers do. He immediately took against us. I sat there on the passenger side, which is the side that Officer Simon was on, and with a gun in my face. And it wasn't funny and it wasn't fake. It was as real as it gets, and the officer was nervous. He had a little shake in his hand, and it scared the hell out of me. I'll tell you that right now. I was 100%.
Yeah.
Hang on, you guys. I'm on an interview. I'll be right with you. Okay.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. And I'm sorry.
Oh, you're
People
fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. People are constantly knocking on the door here.
Yeah, it's it's nonstop here too.
So Officer Simon, he's a former Marine. He was very aggressive with us. He let us know that he wasn't messing around, and we were very cooperative, very compliant. We got out of the vehicle when they told us to. When they told us to, we did exactly what they asked us to do. And I was shaking, and so was Pete. We were visibly frightened by the situation. And people have to remember that we spent 2 hours in the back of a cruiser. They got us straightened out. That the story that we were told, but we weren't told on the scene that they had.
Deb, can you hold on a second?
I can.
Yeah, I actually were doing a flip back from a break and big mess and something I forgot to do. But anyway, for people just tuning in, okay, you're not Pete Santilli's wife, you're his girlfriend, right?
Yes, and his co-host. Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is Deb, Pete Santilli's girlfriend, and we've been on air personally for about looks like about 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so, and we're kind of going over what the events of last night were, and we will go over it in short form again shortly for the people on YouTube, because although it was going out on the radio station, it did not go out on the YouTube, and we'll sum that up in shorthand here in a minute. What we're talking about right now is I asked Deb, what the deal was with Pete Santilli getting off on the gun charges and all that kind of stuff, and that's what we're talking about right now. So anyway,
Right.
Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Go ahead, Deb.
So we were talking.
Go ahead, Deb. Are you still there? Wow.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been.
I lost you. Well, isn't that interesting?
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Goodbye.
Well, isn't that
Sorry,
interesting?
but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been.
I lost her. The minute we went live, the full time we went live, lost. Lost the call. I even tried to call her landline. Lost the call. Is this not typical?
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not.
Oh my God, is so ridiculous and so stupid. Not even. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has.
All right, I was in mid conversation with Deb from Santilli's way more level-headed better half. And you know, I had been talking to her for about 40 minutes. Sorry, folks. There was just so much going on. I actually forgot that that I had not rotated on-air conversation because we got what's going on the refuge and all that kind of stuff. It's just like, but anyway, we were back onto the conversation. We were on air and discussing gun charges and all that kind of stuff. And literally mid-sentence, that was it, done. And I've called her several times. I even called her landline, different number, and I'm just getting
Sorry,
nothing.
but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
As you can hear. So I don't know what the hell's going on. But you know, when we went on air, that's when the problem started. So now it's over. I'm sorry. I did the best I could. You know, I'm running back and forth between two computers trying to get something done, and I missed a button. I'm really sorry, folks. Discussing all this, so oh my God. I'm more mad at me than you could possibly be mad at me, so you can just go yell all you want at me. I ain't crazy stuff. We're still trying to get active real live video from Defend Your Base. Let's see. I don't know. Could be. Maybe not. There it is. There you go. That's Defend Your Base. YouTube. A big black screen. Incredibly frustrating. I'm going to close my mic because I'm going to make some. Okay, anyway, yeah, I'm a retard. Okay, admitted, whatever. I don't, video is not my thing, and I'm new to this. I just started doing this about 2 weeks ago, so all the people that just want to troll and tell me what an idiot I am, exactly. Actually, here, I have a little video. I have a little video for you. Give me a second. Right, here's some video for you. Give me a second. Let me get this up, because I have some video for the trolls that want to just act like assholes. So here's the video for you. Fuck you. I'm not a video guy. I do radio. This is new for me. Fuck you. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Anyway, made a mistake. I got some of the audio. We'll get it out there later. But, you just want to come and do our YouTube channel and be an asshole or be a troll. Fuck you. Fuck you. See that? See that? That's a double sign. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Because I'm on YouTube, not my own station. We don't use bad language on my station, but I'll use bad language right here. So, fuck you, motherfuckers. Made a mistake. So, fuck off. But anyway, the gist of this with my call with Deb, P. Santilli's level-headed better half, was, quite honestly, it was nothing we don't know. She's upset. The boy Finnegan was shot dead. P. Santilli is in jail. Has been moved to capital of Oregon so they can stand trial, or excuse me, the arraignment in federal court, along with all the other people listed. And that's just kind of the gist of it. That's what we talked about, and that's the news that we had, and it's not anything new. But I do find it interesting that when I did figure out, oh shit, I forgot to click the go live button on YouTube, although we were going on the station itself, but I forgot to click the go live button on YouTube. That within seconds, I lost contact with her and cannot regain contact with her, which was the goal. So that's just kind of how things went. So all you people that want to just talk shit on YouTube, or YouTube has to be one of the most vile places I have ever been. It is just so filled up with jacktards, retards, and assholes. I don't do video. I never have done video. So again, fuck you. I've only been learning how to do this in the last 2 weeks. So you all can that seem to have a problem with this can go fuck yourselves. Quite honestly, and that's just how I feel about it. We do what we can, and again, Revolution Radio is not a video station. I'm just trying to input into the situation, and we get a little bit better every day as I learn how all of this works. But this YouTube channel isn't the only thing I'm doing. I have 90 hosts on a radio station on the other side of the room that I have to deal with every day, day in and day out, keeping them on the air and taking care of all of that. And when I decide to do a YouTube video or a YouTube live stream, I run over to the other side of the room and do that. And do something I'm not completely educated on. I'm still learning on how to do this. So, all you assholes out there that just want to be a big fucking cocktard, fuck you. That's what I have to say about that. We're still waiting on Send Your Base video. They keep saying it's live now, but there's nothing live now, and I have nothing to report. So we'll just stand by until something happens. Peace. Oh, and all you trolls, again, fuck you.
You a militiaman? Come get some. It's what you've been training for, preparing for. We just happen to be the ones that had to step in it for you. Now we're here. We need you. We want you. We welcome you. Don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about it. Something we can shoot down the drone, wouldn't it? We could shoot that drone down. We could shoot that drone down and crash that motherfucker. They don't know how to fly, but they might fuck up. They're pretty far away. This is greater, we copy. Good route. That means he's picked up. I think he just said he's got a courier. Which means he got picked up. You know there's no speed limits now, right? Ain't no rules. He won't ring. Not just concealment, but cover. Okay. Keep moving around. Don't make it easy for him. Did I mention my wife's here? fighting with me, alongside me. Great American woman.
She got bigger balls than all you boys.
We want our children to remain free. And we are fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, grandfathers, grandmothers. We're Americans, patriots. We're gonna start thinking a couple of us shooters. Maybe get Sandy to reload bags. You're 223 also? Okay, we can't, I don't think the mags will work, but the bullets will work. So we'll have to make sure of that, baby. Remember? We shoot the same, but we got different mags. My mag won't fit in his, but they hold the same bullets. So just try to remember, this was Sean's, I'm reloading it, give it back to Sean. That's Gunner's. Some of them do look similar. It's metal. They will. God will be right there. Don't worry about it. If I'm out and you got 5 in it, give it to me. Probably that guy Dwayne just got back. Been a half hour, ain't it? Hey, David Landro, Buffalo Holsters, where are you at, son? Which road? Copy. Our man is back. Our man is back. Media and people are going to spin this as crazy militiaman, terrorist. Yeah, I'm a little amped. My life's on the line. But I'm here.
Good. They still running?
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Media's that big truck left. Media truck.
All right. These babies.
Right here. Let's put somewhere the sound block is good. I don't mean to sound bossy, guys.
No, absolutely not.
Big media truck did leave. They pulled out. God, this is going to sell ratings, ain't it? Death and blood and gore. But they left. Got to cover that up.
right.
Here with you. Yeah, you guys set up his hole?
Got to represent.
Everybody ready to go, eh? Everybody got smokes? Yep. Yeah. You want one? I'm good. Wait till we hear. Wait till we hear them calling they're coming out. Your eyes open. Up, up, let me get one back first.
When you all go there, you got to stay, keep our position.
Dig it up, brother. Dig it up.
Keep eyes peeled, because you're in a high point there too.
They got vitamin C waters.
Yeah.
You can mix it with your water.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody was getting sick out there.
Stop.
You, you can't imagine. You kidding me? Never met a woman like you, babe. Ever. Before my life. You got loyalty and love like no one can imagine.
Can we get some thumbs up to see if we're alive? Lots of thumbs up. You guys still hear me? I'm gonna do a quick reset.
All right, I have nothing live. I'm sorry. Just you're just gonna have to wait. If I get content guys to watch, that's fine. If it's gonna have to hang tight. I'm not gonna shut down the live stream so I don't have to do this massive reload business that I always have to do when I do a live stream. We're just gonna have to wait. So there you go. Sorry. my home number is 27. That's cool. Yeah, he's get along with the local.